Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Shaw will serve as chaplain of the day. Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 Corinthians 5:21 says that God took an innocent Jesus and poured all of our sins into him. He in turn made the atonement and gave them back to God. In other words, Jesus brought us back. We were all sins, and we came short of his glory. Let us pray. God our Father, you've taught us when we pray to say, our Father. That is our relationship with you, and for that we thank you. And you've also taught us to acknowledge our sins and shortcomings, and you would forgive us. And then, Lord, you've taught us in all things to give thanks. You said it is the will of God in Christ Jesus concerning you. So today, God, we call you our Father because we know that you're concerned about us and that you've supplied and will supply all of our needs. And then, God, in all things, we give you thanks because in spite of all the things that changes in our lives, you never change. You're the same at all times. And then, God, we thank you for sending Jesus, who left us with the Holy Spirit in us to care for us day by day and to protect us and to walk with us and to guide us through our daily walk. For these and other blessings, we thank you for this House of Representatives, for our Speaker and all of our members, we pray. Amen.
Representative Shaw will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Salute and pledge. I pledge an allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Ms. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 95 members present.
Let the journal reflect that Representatives Hale and Farmer are excused. Next order, Ms. Clerk.
Welcoming, honoring, and announcements.
Welcome on our announcements. We have presentations. Representative Glenn, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request Sergeant at Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the guests to the well. Representative Glenn, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 920 by Representative Glenn, a resolution to honor and commend the Clarksville Jeep Crew 2026. Whereas it is appropriate that we should honor those citizens who perform with uncommon devotion and enthusiasm in securing the safety of their community, and whereas the all-volunteer Clarksville Jeep Crew was established in 2019 and has now grown to 2,300 local members, and whereas during the recent ice storm that paralyzed Middle Tennessee, the Clarksville Jeep Crew played a critical role helping hundreds of stranded drivers and transporting emergency and essential personnel when road conditions became too dangerous for many vehicles. And whereas the Clarksville Jeep Crew used 40 to 50 Jeeps and 29 active drivers to make 276 recoveries of stranded vehicles, including 2 ambulances and a police car. And whereas the Clarksville Jeep Crew members donated a combined total of 1,053 hours to recovery efforts during the ice storm with the assistance of 7 dispatchers. And whereas the Clarksville Jeep Crew is expertly led by 8 administrators, including Barry Sullivan, Heather Sullivan, Kenneth Klein, Crystal Liberatore, Mike Liberatore, Jennifer Fukowski, Christopher Bruno, and Chad Hunley. And whereas their collective goal is to give back to their community, and they have certainly succeeded in that mission, and whereas their heroism during the horrific ice storm demonstrates their dedication to protecting and serving their community and their commitment to the welfare of others. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we honor and commend the leadership and members of the Clarksville Jeep Crew for their life-saving rescue and recovery work during the Middle Tennessee ice storm on January 2026, and thank them for their ongoing commitment to the safety and welfare of Clarksville community.
Representative Glenn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we welcome the Clarksville Jeep Crew to the state capitol. This crew is ran by Barry and Heather Sullivan, Keith Klein, Mike and Crystal Labarty, Jennifer Faulknery, Christopher Bruno, and Chad Huntley, and many more members of the crew. Established in 2019, the Jeep Crew is a Christian-based organization that is faith-driven. Their volunteerism is not driven by recognition or a need for gratitude. They simply do it for their shared love of Jesus Christ. Their mission is simple: promoting a safe, family-friendly group of Jeep for off and on-road events while also giving back to the local community. The crew has grown to over 2,300 members since its founding, helping citizens of Clarksville and surrounding areas in time of distress with recovery efforts and transporting emergency and essential personnel when road conditions are too dangerous. During the most recent ice storm that hit Tennessee, the crew performed over 276 recoveries, to include 2 ambulances, 1 police car, and 3 semis. They also completed 305 transports of essential personnel to and from work. They used 40 to 50 Jeeps across the county to perform these calls. Furthermore, during the hurricane that hit East Tennessee families, the Clarksville Jeep Crew sent over 25 Jeeps to help assist them with recovery and transport efforts. They spent weeks on the ground ensuring Tennesseans could get the help they needed in a time of distress. In their collective goal of being driven by faith and love for Jesus, giving back to the community and the state, they have certainly succeeded in their mission. At this time, I'd like to call Chairman Faison to say a few words.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you have ever been in a dire situation and that you need to be rescued, especially when waters are rising, there is nothing more encouraging than seeing a great big old jacked up Jeep coming through waters that nobody else would drive through. And Representative Glenn told me what he was doing earlier this year to honor them. I said, let me sign on, please, and let me be a part of it. Because when the hurricanes came to East Tennessee and we had people stranded, we had people flooded, first of all, a lot of y'all came. I look out and see how many of y'all showed up in my district to love on us. And then people that don't serve with me, that don't know me, just a Jeep club from Clarksville, Tennessee, showed up and loved on my people, saved my people, helped my people. And I am so excited that Representative Glenn is honoring them. The Bible says, if someone is worthy of honor, make sure you honor them. That's what we're doing for you guys. Thank y'all for loving us. Thank you for loving Tennessee. And thank you for being the arms and feet of Jesus.
Representative Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Mr. Barry Sullivan.
Yes, he's recognized.
Thank you, speakers. Good afternoon. On behalf of Clarksville Jeep Crew, thank you to the leadership of the Tennessee General Assembly for the opportunity to be here today. We especially want to recognize Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, along with the Montgomery County Representative, Representative Ronnie Glenn, and Representative Aaron Mayberry. Representative Glenn, thank you for the invitation. It is truly an honor. My name is Barry Sullivan, and behind me is Chad Hunley. We are also proud here to represent Clarksville Jeep Crew. We have the honor to have about 20 members with us of Clarksville Jeep Crew today here on the floor, representing the many volunteers who served our community. And we also want to recognize the many Clarksville Jeep Crew members who are not able to make it here with us today, but who continue to serve and support our community. The Clarksville Jeep Crew was founded in 2019 with a simple mission: to bring together Jeep owners in a safe, family-friendly community that enjoys Jeep events while giving back. In the beginning, we met up to support local mom and pop restaurants while also supporting organizations such as YAPAC, Manna Cafe, and Loves and Fishes. We started as a small group and has grown into a large community. Today, the Clarksville Jeep Crew includes more than 2,400 members that are local within 1 hour of us. And while enjoying our Jeeps, what brings this group together is a share for our commitment to serving our community. Thank you guys so much.
Representative Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up Mr. Huntley, who will talk about the East Tennessee recovery.
Yes, sir. He's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What defines the Clarksville Jeep Crew is the willingness of our members to step forward when the community needs help. During the recent storm, we mobilized, and these are updated records, so I apologize, 59 Jeeps across Clarksville, Montgomery County, and the surrounding areas. We had 325 vehicle recoveries, 115 mission essential transports, and over 1,250 service volunteer hours from our organization. But beyond our response, oh Lord, let me help me here. but our response extends beyond the storm. Our members have responded during tornado outbreaks across Tennessee and Kentucky, assisted the flooding in Waverly, and partnered with YAPAC to deliver disaster supplies. We partnered with YAPAC in response to the East Tennessee and North Carolina following hurricane damage, where our volunteers served for 3 weeks, helping transport supplies in into areas that where large vehicles could not reach, but a Jeep could. And that's what defines the Clarksville Jeep Crew. It's not the Jeeps, it's the people and the willingness to serve. We're simply a group of neighbors who believe that when someone in our community needs help, the right answer is for us to show up. Thank you.
Representative Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if we had time, we could walk across the street and look at about 18 of their Jeeps that they brought down today. But unfortunately, y'all have us in here on this floor. So, Mr. Speaker, would you come down and take a picture with us, please?
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Sergeant at Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant of Arms, please escort the guests to the well. Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today Governor Lee will sign into law the act designating the song Tennessee by Drew Holcomb and the Neighbors as an official state song. I'm proud to have sponsored this legislation, and it is my honor to welcome Drew and his family to the floor today to celebrate the occasion. If you will, please join me in welcoming his wife Ellie and their children Emmy Lou, Huck, and Rivers. And as a special treat, we also get to welcome Drew's parents, Hampton and Nancy Holcomb, with us today as well. Members, as you know, Representative Faison is a music junkie like myself, who doesn't shy away from stepping in and sharing a few words when he feels strongly about something. He and I share an affinity not only for the Holcomb's music, but also an appreciation for who they are as people, the example that they set to Tennesseans in their faith, the way they parent, and the way they contribute every day something to society. So with that, I would like to allow Representative Faison to say a few words, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's always encouraging to me to see somebody who has done well in life and for all practical purposes is famous, but has never forgotten their roots and is still approachable, that you can talk to, that you can be friends with. That's exactly who the Holcombs are. Years ago, I heard this song, Tennessee, that we're honoring tonight, and he has a line in there, I was born here and raised here, and I'll make my grave here. And that line just grabbed a hold of me. And then a few years after that, they came up with a song, It Feels Like Home. If you've not listened to It Feels Like Home, you've not heard one of the greatest songs in all of America. And that was written by these two right here. And it's just a pure joy for me to have phenomenal musicians who love the Lord, love our state, and love others the way these two do. And you can see that they love their children and they have a passion for life. And they, like the Jeep Crew, are the arms and hands of Jesus. It's good that we're honoring them in this amazing song that Drew wrote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Drew is a native Tennessean whose life has been shaped by all three grand divisions of the state. He was born and raised in Memphis. He attended college at the University of Tennessee at Knoxville, where he met Ellie. And they have made their home here in Nashville, where they raised their three children. His love for the state and its influence on his life can be heard in every song. He and Ellie took their love for Tennessee to another level in 2020 by partnering with our State Department of Tourism to promote Tennessee's parks and outdoor spaces. Commissioner Mark Ezell has joined us to acknowledge the Holcomb's contributions to our state. Mr. Speaker, would you allow Mr. Ezell to say a few words?
Commissioner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud of you, Drew and Ellie, on this day, and thank you for the gift of song that you do so well. But we also wanted to say thank you to you and Ellie's significant work during our recovery. If you didn't know, our department got to partner with Drew and Ellie. We've been with them over a decade, and the song Tennessee has certainly played an important role in that. And it captures the beauty of our spirit and the pride that we have in Tennessee. But in 2020, as they said, this family went on the road on a 1,600-mile trip across the state of Tennessee, masks and all, and spent 7 days traveling, showing how it was safe to travel in Tennessee. We were able to document all that. It's where Feels Like Home and Rivers songs were written on that trip. It's also where 61 million people viewed the videos that they did for the state of Tennessee. And it helped us actually be one of only 7 states in the United States to not lose money during the recovery. You helped us with that, and it benefited all Tennesseans. We're so grateful for your music. We say Tennessee sounds perfect. This song proves that every time it's being sung, and we get to hear it. Proud of you and the recognition that you get to have today. Thank you, Representative Barrett, and congratulations, Drew.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Okay, full disclosure, members, this is as much for me as it is for him. My wife and I are fans and have been for a long time. We've attended several shows in multiple states. We're not groupies, so don't get weird about it. Drew and Ellie and the band have been making music, telling stories, and touring the nation and the world for more than 2 decades now. In an industry where glitz and glam and the shiniest new penny seems to get all the attention, Drew Holcomb and his neighbors have remained committed to the timeless art of pairing an earnest lyric with an enduring melody. And when they sing about Tennessee, no matter the far-off state or foreign country the stage may be located in, the crowd joins in the chorus, declaring that they were born here and raised here, and they too will make their graves here in Tennessee because it's home. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce 2 outstanding Tennesseans, Drew and Ellie Holcomb.
Thank you very much. As Representative Barrett was saying, I was born in Memphis, went to school in Knoxville, went back home to Memphis, started my career, went back home to Knoxville to try to convince this woman to marry me, which took some time, but she said yes. And then we moved here to Nashville, where she was a school teacher at Eastlit Magnet. And then I convinced her to join me on the road. And at the time, we were living on very little and wouldn't have imagined that we'd get to do this as a career, much less get to go down in the annals of the history of the state with a song as a state song. So my friend and hero, Vince Gill, always told me, let the song do the talking. So that's what I'm going to do.
When I was a boy, I didn't know nothing. I didn't have a care in the world. I had innocence and ignorance of things I wish I still did not know. No matter how far these songs take me, if my dreams come true, or the heartaches break me, no matter where I make my bed, I long for you. Tennessee, Tennessee, I was born here and raised here, and I'll make my grave here its home. Tennessee. We've all got a story frozen in time, people and places living and dying, heartbeats and breathing, just trying to make sense of it all. Well, I am the second born of my mother and father. He's a lion-hearted man, she's a Jesus-loving woman, and no matter how far I roam, I always belong to Tennessee, Tennessee. I was born here and raised here, and I'll make my grave here its home. Tennessee. It's not just geography, it's a part of me, the air I breathe. And we've got a history, and the blood runs through. Tennessee, Tennessee. I was born here and raised here, and I'll make my grave here its home. Tennessee.
Representative Barrett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you join us in the well for a photo?
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the Sergeant of Arms escort our guest into the chamber.
Minister, Sergeant of Arms, please escort the guests to the well.
Hey, family, that's yours too. Welcome to the well. Okay, spread out a little bit. Spread out a little bit.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Ms. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 1082 by Leader Lamberth, a resolution to commend Representative Jeremy Faison for his honorable and distinguished service to the people of Tennessee as a member of the House of Representatives. Whereas it is most appropriate that the members of this General Assembly should honor those fellow legislators who have performed their duties with the utmost integrity and whose efforts during their time in office have been dedicated to providing thoughtful and exemplary service to their districts and to this great state. And whereas during his tenure on Capitol Hill, Representative Faison has faithfully served the citizens of the 11th House District, currently encompassing Cobb and portions of Hamlin and Jefferson counties, and previously part of Greene and Jefferson counties since his election in 2010, representing the district from the 107th through the 114th General Assemblies. And whereas Representative Jeremy Faison is a devoted Christian who is married to Miriam Faison and is proud father of 5 children, and whereas throughout his years of public service, Representative Faison has remained deeply committed to his family, ensuring that the demands of public life never overshadow the importance of his faith and loved ones. Those who have worked in and around the state capitol have often been reminded of the devotion by the presence of his children, who could frequently be seen about the Capitol grounds, bringing warmth and joy to the building. And whereas an active and dynamic participant in the legislative process during his tenure in the General Assembly, Representative Jeremy Faison has rendered sterling leadership as chairman of the House Republican Caucus since 2019. And whereas after more than 15 years of steadfast legislative service, Representative Faison has formed many lifelong friendships throughout his district that he will cherish for the rest of his life. Throughout his tenure, he's exemplified integrity, leadership, and dedication in advancing the interests of his constituents and the entire state of Tennessee. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 114th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we honor Representative Jeremy Faison for his meritorious service to Tennessee as a member of the House of Representatives, commend him for his countless contributions and many good works in service of the citizens of the 11th House District, and extend to him our best wishes for much continued success.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, every single one of us dearly love serving our communities. We consider each other family. We fight together. We strive to serve the people of Tennessee well. But occasionally, there is someone that comes along who is genuinely unique. I didn't say beloved. I didn't say hated. I didn't say any of the phrases that he's made up over the years about me. I said unique for a reason. You see behind me friends and family of Jeremy Faison. And I told him beforehand, I said, this is a little bit like a legislative funeral. Everybody gets to say what they think about you while you're still standing there. So 14 years ago when I got here, Jeremy's kids were running the halls. His friends and family would be all over this floor. He would say stuff that Speaker Harwell and I genuinely wondered if were words that if anybody ever had strung together in the English language before. And in true Jeremy fashion, he would double down and tell us that that was just an East Tennessee thing. So throughout my 14 years, I toured many parts of East Tennessee. I met friends and family and constituents of Jeremy's, and I would say some of the phrases that he taught me that I thought were genuine East Tennessee phrases. And they would look at me like I was nuts. And I would say, well, maybe that's just a Middle Tennessee thing, because really it was just a Jeremy Faison thing. Jeremy, over the last 14 years, we've cried together, we've cussed each other out, we've disagreed, we've agreed, we've struggled and prayed with how to serve this state well. In all that amount of time, I never would have dreamed that I would found someone who is as different to me as possible and as unique in this chamber, but who that I would dearly love as a brother as much as I have Jeremy Faison. He's made me look at the world in a different way than what I might have otherwise done so. And in doing so, I genuinely 100% believe that he and his family have served their constituents in this state in a fine fashion, and that we are stronger today, 16 years into your service, than we ever would have been without you. Jeremy, thank you very much for your service, my friend. Mr. Speaker, if I may invite to the lectern a recovering House member, Senator Ramesh Akbari, for remarks.
Senator, you recognize.
You know, in the Senate, we don't present our bills on the well. We present them at our desk, so this feels good to be back. The first time I met Jeremy Faison was at the Southern College of Optometry. I had not been sworn in yet. It was with the late Reggie Tate. And Jeremy tells me, you know we're going to be office mates. I'm thinking, is he a Republican? Is he a Democrat? What is he? I'm not going to talk about the conversation between him and Reggie, but it involved beating the black off of somebody and all of those fun things. But I want to say this before, just because I know it was funny. They went back and forth, and I thought, what is happening? Is this the chamber I'm going to? But Representative Faison is one of those people that you meet that genuinely does what he believes because he's a good person. When it's controversial, but it's right, he's always going to stand up for it. I think about the time when Centoya Brown was incarcerated and how he went above and beyond to advocate for that young lady. And she truly is an example of God's grace and redemption and the power of having someone who doesn't have to advocate for you. And so I'm going to miss you. I'm going to really miss you. I come over to this house, and every time I come over, I have to get my hug. I remember it was my birthday, and my mother brought barbecue up from Memphis. And Jeremy still talks about that food because he came to that birthday party. He was the only Republican there, but he did it because we were friends. And so that's what I want to leave y'all with, this challenge, right? It's so easy to be ugly. It's so easy to look at folks as their enemies because they're different. But we could all be a bit more like Representative Faison. We could be a bit more understanding, a bit more willing to look at someone else's perspective, a bit more kind, and we can really allow our faith to lead us to do what's right. So I'm going to miss you. your presence here, your beautiful family, everything about you. But I know that your next chapter is the path that God wants you to be on. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you, my brother.
Leader Lambert.
Well, in the words of Representative Faison, that was stout as an acre of garlic. With that, your roommate, and I think therapist most evenings, Chairman Gary Hicks, please, Speaker.
Chairman Hicks, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I honestly don't know where to begin. He asked me couple weeks ago, he said, hey, you know, my end is coming to an near. Are you going to speak? And I said, no way. You nothing to say. Back in 2016, I walked through those doors and sat in my desk back there. Speaker Harwell, thank you very much. You placed me next to Jeremy Faison, and I don't know that I have ever been or ever will be the same. I've lived with Jeremy for the past 8 years now. I feel like I could have killed somebody and got lesser time and probably been better off for it. But I began to think of all the good things I'll miss about Jeremy, and I began to think, you know what I'll miss? I'll miss waking up in the morning with the flu because he's put the temperature on 60. I'll miss when I get up. Evidently, Ms. Faison, somebody in your family has been killed by a kitchen cabinet, because when I get up every morning, every cabinet's open. And I asked him one time, I said, did somebody get killed by a kitchen cabinet at some point? And I'll miss that. And, you know, there's nothing like getting up in the morning. And I like to sleep in to get my rest. And the slamming doors from Faison walking 60 miles before he comes in every morning. So I'll miss the slamming doors. But, you know, we come to Nashville, and I don't know if any of us come here really planning on making lifetime friends. We don't. We come down here to think I'm going to represent my district, and then I'm going to go home, and, you know, whatever happens, happens. But I'll tell you, I didn't come down here to necessarily to make friends. I come down here to represent my district, but lo and behold, I met Jeremy Faison. And now I have met a lifetime friend, not only just somebody that's a colleague in the House, and now, brother, you're stuck with me now. And so let me say from the bottom of my heart that Cott County and all those counties you've represented in the past, over in Greene and Jefferson, they have been so well represented. I don't know that they truly understand what they're losing in their representative. But down here in Nashville, we certainly do. I love you, brother, and I look forward to seeing what the good Lord above has in store for you.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we can have Leader Karen Camper up next, please.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I remember a time when collaboration was a good thing. And this gentleman here to my left, he and I was experiencing something that was similar in our district. And we made a commitment over a summer that we're going to pass a bill together. You get 25, I get 25. And everybody told us it couldn't happen. Baby, they've been trying to do that for years. You'll never pass that bill. But we committed to it, didn't we? And it was at that moment we became friends. And then he met my mama. And y'all know if y'all met my mother, you in love. He fell in love with my mother. She treats him like a son. He treats her like a mother. My sister Barbara is absolutely crazy about you all. She loves you too. And she wanted to make sure that I gave you all well wishes on her behalf. I was afraid I was going to get emotional and look like I am. Because over all these years, this is the one person I know that when it's tough sometime, I can confide in him. I can go to him as a friend, as a colleague, or as a brother. You've always been there for me. We did not always agree on things. Matter of fact, he said, we would never be like Washington. But here we are today, looking more and more like Washington. I'm going to miss you terribly. Your door has always been open to me. You invited us up to God's country during COVID, so we didn't make it. So Mother and I do still plan to come. And I appreciate you asking about her every time you see me. He asks about my mom. And you're a genuine friend. I remember the days of you, Senator Tate, and Ike Berry going to the movies, just being friends. And now you got me involved in the Capitol Jam, and the Leatherettes are outshining him every year. Is that why he retired? We put him in retirement. But thank you for your service to our state. Thank you for working with me to get that very difficult bill passed. Thank you for your commitment to the people that you represent and just all the things you've done for our state. I really appreciate it. Appreciate your friendship. I look forward to seeing what you're going to do next, too.
Leader Lambert.
By the way, Speaker, it may or may not be true that one of his children scaled the structure behind you to hide Andy Holt's cowbell a few years ago. I'm not asking for anybody to confess, but it legit may have happened because we showed up in the chamber and the bell was definitely up there and Jeremy did not climb up there. That I guarantee you. I'm not going to ask. Speaker, we could have Speaker Pat Marsh up, please.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say a few short words about one of my closest and best friends since I've been here. I've been here 17 years, and he came the year after that. We bonded. His family grew up here. I got to know his wife and all of his kids, and I feel like we know each other very, very well. We've had a great time. I hate that he's always been so shy and meek and slow. We went, about 6 or 8 of us went out to eat sushi not long ago, and we were all sitting around trying to figure out what are we going to get, this or that or that. Next thing I know, Fason's ordering for all of us. They bring it on. We're like, well, this is the man we know. So he takes care of us. And one thing I really liked about him, I made a few notes here. He's always big about nicknames. He nicknamed me Papaw because I've got so much energy and he can't keep up with me and all kind of stuff. He had another nickname of Rooster Head, T-Bone, Dr. Love, and Little Ricky, and all kinds of great fun names. Jeremy, I cannot believe you're going to leave us. I'm going to miss you more than anybody, and I'm going to miss you taking care of me. We love you, man. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, at the risk of what comes next, Representative Antonio Parkinson.
Representative Parkinson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and family here in Jeremy, he's affectionately known to me as Jazzy Faye. He still doesn't know where that nickname came from, but that's a famous rap producer. And so I've been calling him Jazzy Faye for 16 years. We came in together. And Becca, feel like she's my niece because we talked about her so much, you know, in the times that we've been here. And we traveled together. We shared some legislation that would help inmates get state licenses and become professionals. And we were called to Wisconsin to speak at a university. And so we had to live with each other for 3 days. And if you really want to get to know a person, live with them for 3 days. 3 days. Yes, we had our first spotted cow together, cheese curds together. And if you know Jeremy, or Jazzy Faye as I call him, he will talk you into doing things that you've never done before. I'm a Black person born in Oakland, California, grew up in LA, and live in Memphis, Tennessee. There was a frozen lake in Wisconsin. And We're having beers and cheese curds, and he says, "You ought to walk with me out on that frozen lake." That's the part, that's why I led with I'm a Black person from Oakland, California, grew up in LA, and then live in Memphis. We don't do that. But within an hour, I was the lone Black person from Oakland, California, that grew up in LA, that lives in Memphis, out there on the frozen lake. And it was the best time I've had with one of my colleagues. And I just want to say this, his level of authenticity, he is truly who he is unapologetically. And that's something we can learn from him. Give us who God gave us. And that's exactly what he did. I love you, man. I love you, family. Miriam, love you. Love the whole family. You're like my child. So thank you for your service, man. And you'll truly be missed. And I'm coming up there. I'm pulling up. All right, man. Love you.
Mr. Speaker, one last one, and then we'll hear from Jeremy himself. And I think this next speaker is just dismayed that Jeremy did not pass his bill that would allow you all to own skunks as a pet. Yes, that happened. Speaker Harwell, would you come join us, please?
Oh, thank you. What an honor to be in this chamber, and I'm so grateful that Representative Faison asked me to be here. I look out of so many friends. Mr. Speaker, thank you for acknowledging me. You know, my one claim to fame here today is that I am the one that recruited this man to run for office. I drove all the way to Cobb County, met with his beautiful wife and him in a little bitty restaurant. And I just automatically liked them. And I said, this is the type of person I want to serve with and have a part of the General Assembly. And you have not let me down. And when I became Speaker, one of the first things I did was name Jeremy the chairman of government ops. I don't know that that's really what he wanted, but sometimes when the Speaker wants you to do something, you just do it. But this man reviewed the boards and commissions like never has taken place in the state before and accomplished so much in that capacity. Everything you touched in this General Assembly, you've done with the height of integrity. And I kind of see you as one of mine. So I claim you that way. I had to say the last time I was in Jeremy's office, and I'll close with this, he has a sign on his desk that says, I hear the mountains calling. And plainly, Jeremy, you've heard those mountains calling. Wish you all the best.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, can we hear from the wandering man of East Tennessee who's still looking for a penny on the side of the road? Come on up here, Jeremy.
Chairman Faison.
Whew. Maybe if y'all sit down, I'd feel better. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your leadership. And Madam Speaker, thank you for being here. It's overwhelming to see each one of y'all here standing with me. And I always like to know about people's lives. And I look at who's standing up here, and I know a little something about everybody's life in here. Got people up here. Almost everybody who's worked for me in the last 16 years is here tonight. And I guess save one. Everybody else is here, and I can't tell you what that means to me. 16 years ago, I've had 3 districts. 16 years ago, it was all of Cobb County and half of Greene County. Took a chance on me, and the Tennessee GOP sent that young lady right there, Bonnie Brzezina, with her arms crossed, looking at me with, what am I doing wrong? She's been judging me for 17 years now, almost. They took a chance on me. And if the truth were known, I probably should have never got to be elected. There's nothing special about me. I don't have a degree. was the right time and God's grace. Socrates, this is going to come as a shock to y'all, but I love to read quotes from intelligent people, hoping one day that'll seep into me. Socrates once said that the unexamined life is not worth living. That quote's been with me a long time. When I examined my life right after I won, I was overwhelmed at the thought that, who am I? Back then, I thought that this chamber was filled up with really high-powered people who, incredible degrees and incredibly wealthy, and businessmen and businesswomen that were book writers and scholars. And I just thought it was such a huge thing to be a state representative. Josh, it's good to see you. Love you, Josh Evans. How could somebody that kills bugs, that married really well, but other than that, nothing special about me except some cool kids, how did I deserve to get here? Then I got here. And I met rich people, met poor people, met smart people, I met simple-minded people, I met ugly people, I met beautiful people, I met blue-collared people, I met white-collared people. 7 lessons that I've learned since I've been here. The first lesson that I learned and met these people is that I could fit in because this legislature is a representation of the most beautiful state in all of America. We make up, this 99 makes up just a conglomeration of some of the best people God ever created. And so there's space for a guy like me who's just a bug guy that lives in East Tennessee with not a whole lot of specialness to him except his wife and children. So I learned that's what our republic, that's what this state looks like. We represent everybody. Everybody that lives in Tennessee has someone speaking for them in here. It's beautiful. I'd never been to the legislature, never been to the Capitol when I got elected. And it was about a week before we could actually make it up here. So my wife and 4 kids at the time, Tucker wasn't born yet. We get here. Some of y'all have been here for a while. Speaker, you're gonna love this. We're calling, can't figure out how to get here. Sure, the GPSs back then didn't work as good as GPSs right now. And trying to figure out how to park in Legislative Plaza, you had to pull down and park underneath there. We finally figured it out. Took us forever to figure our parking spot. And it was, what's his name, from Carter County. He had put us right behind the elevator. We get off and you're so anxious and nervous and you're like, good gracious, this is the coolest thing. I'm a somebody now, which I'd never been anybody. I'm still not a somebody, but for a few brief moments in my life, I thought I was a somebody after I won. And finally get to come see the Capitol. And we get to the top of the elevator and there's a man named Victor. He's it. He jumps up and says, who are you? I'm like, oh crap, am I supposed to be here? And he whips out his piece of paper. He says, you want the new ones? And I'm like, yes, sir, I'm one of the new ones. He said, what's your name? So I told him. And Victor said, you need to turn around and go meet the speaker and come back to me. I'm going to take you to your office. Victor was an amazing human. I feel sorry for all of y'all. This one right here is just as awesome, though. My man, Bobby Trotter. This is his last year, too. We love you, brother. Victor took me around the Capitol, brought me up here. I still miss his voice when the speaker would invite the members in. Second lesson I learned, Victor didn't care that I was from East Tennessee. He didn't care that I was a Republican. I learned that the legislature is a family. The staff members, you see staff members here, our clerks, all of our LAs, this place is a family, and Victor was the first person to introduce that to me. You heard Karen Camper talk about a bill that we carried together that we weren't supposed to pass. Speaker Harwell had grace on me and allowed me and Karen to pass the bill. We actually made it to the USA Today. I got all sorts of grief at home because I was on the front page with an African-American woman, Democrat, from West Tennessee, and they're like, and you're on the front page of the USA Today. What kind of representative are you? We hired a representative, and I talked to her about it, and she's like, man, they're wearing me out, Jeremy. But I learned that bipartisanship. Third thing I learned, bipartisanship is a good thing. One day I was really frustrated at Speaker Harwell because she wouldn't put her foot down and do something. And I didn't tell her I was upset, but unfortunately, it slipped out at the 5 o'clock caucus. And her deputy speaker was a wonderful human who I will forever love, named Steve McDaniel. Some of y'all will remember Steve. 3 or 4 days after I said something that Speaker Harwell should just do this, blah, blah, blah. I was a freshman when I was running my mouth. Steve McDaniel showed up in my office and sat down. Whoa, what's the deputy speaker doing in here? He began to tell me what this institution meant to him. Steve told me that his love for this state and this body and this institution was massive. And that if I ever wanted to be able to accomplish something of worth and gain respect of my colleagues, that I need to learn to respect the institution. This place was here a lot before you got here, Jeremy, and this place will be here long after you, Jeremy. You're only here for a small time. He looked at me and said, I lasted through a lot. When everybody else got beat for things, I've lasted through a lot. And Jeremy, I have learned to love this place and respect this institution. When you learn to respect the institution of what we've been granted for a small vapor in life, you look at it differently. You all of a sudden look at your colleagues a little bit differently. You don't look at them as Democrat or Republican. One of my colleagues one time a couple of years said, Jeremy, I really just can't stand the fact that you're so kind to the Democrats. I'll never forget it. I was walking up 4th Street when he said that to me. And I looked at him and said, brother, what you need to know is I see human beings first that are made in the image of God. The Lord is not a Democrat. The Lord is not a Republican. There's no side to God. We don't have him on our side. There is no side. God is the whole. In him we live and move and have our being, period. God transcends any party stuff. And it is incumbent on me to love my neighbor. We see individuals first. That's respecting this institution and respecting that 70,000 people sent each one of you here. Who am I to question that? Tell you a quick story. My mom, she's this little Q-tip right here. She's got to sit down. That was number 4, learn to love the institution of the legislature. Number 5, my first year here, Speaker Harwell used to let us be on the House floor a lot longer than we are nowadays. It was after midnight. Reagan and my son Gage, who couldn't be here tonight, he had to work, couldn't get off. They had been pages, and back then, I don't know if they were real pages. They just run around. You could just run around the House floor back in the day. Y'all remember that? They'd been having a big time. Well, they were still wound up, and we were coming through Montlow Tunnel, and you got to the Montlow Tunnel, for some of y'all that have been there, you ease off to the right, and it's a down escalator. Joe Towns and I are walking together. There he is. Reagan and Gage, they saw the escalator. They were only 5 at the time, split from us. And they flew down the legislature. Down the escalator. When I got to the bottom, me and Joe, there was a state senator who's no longer here and probably not really good to be human. He got in my face and pointed in my face and said, this is nowhere for kids to be running, blah, blah. Just laid into me for about 30 seconds until Joe Towns grabbed him by the throat and slammed him against the wall. Guys, he literally had him up against the wall and was leaning in on him and telling him what he was going to do to him and cussing him. And I'm like, dear God, whoa, holy smokes. That lesson that I learned, that even when we disagree, we ought to defend each other from foolishness. I learned that night. Joe Towns is a Democrat, a Memphis Democrat, African American, and he stood up against a white senator and slammed him by his throat against the wall and lit into him at 12:30 at night on my children's behalf. He didn't care because he knew what that senator was telling me was bull crap, and he wasn't going to put up with it. Kim, sixth lesson I learned, was really, really upset my second year here at something Governor Haslam had done. And I was about to say something, and Barrett Rich told Gerald McCormick that Jeremy was really upset. And Gerald came back, and me and Barrett sat right back there, I think where Bud Holsey's at. Jared said, Jeremy, let me tell you something. A lot of you freshmen think that something's a really big deal, like it's some kind of waterfall, and that you've got to answer everything. And that's what's wrong with all you freshmen. Y'all just think everything's such a big deal. Well, I've been here long enough to tell you something, Jeremy. What you think is a big deal in a big old waterfall, it ain't nothing but a trickle. You need to shut up and sit down and don't worry about this and don't speak about it again. I had got worked up over something that I thought was a big deal. It was actually silly. I needed to know that there's some things we take way too serious up here. Gerald taught me that sometimes when you think it's a waterfall, it's not even a trickle. Gerald is right. The last thing I learned, and I look around, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, my family, my friends. I've got a bunch of my staff here that have been here for 16 years. This place is a family. The people you work here, our janitors, our clerks, our sergeant at arms that Bobby runs, Tammy. When you respect this institution, these people become family to you. We tease often that when you leave, you're done, nobody cares. And maybe that'll happen to me. But there's people I care about here. There's people that I believe care about me and that have become family to me. Harold Love and I'd fight you for him. He's in the kidney donor section of my life. There are people like that around here. When you pour your heart and soul into a place, you love it. You respect it. You see people who for they are. And at the last, we need to remember that we're made in the image of Almighty God. And that He's called us to be servants. We're not princes, we're not kings. The people of Tennessee don't respond to us. We respond to them. This has been the greatest honor of my life. I've grown the greatest passion and love for the state of Tennessee and this legislature. And I'm eternally grateful that I've had the privilege of spending 16 years with each one of y'all. I love you. God bless Tennessee. God bless this legislature.
Leader Lambert.
Jeremy, you may have missed it, but your mother was holding up a sign that said, I renew my motion. So pretty sure she got it out of your desk drawer. Yeah. Jeremy, we have a resolution here for you that is framed up. And Mr. Speaker, if you would join all of us in the well for a picture, please, sir. Madam Speaker and Mr. Speaker.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you would please make welcome my oldest daughter, Amelia McCalman. She is a 12th grader at Page High School. She has been accepted into Belmont University. She is tickled pink to be here, and she just, if y'all would just make her feel welcome. It's crazy that I'm gonna have an adult child in a month, so pray for me. But Amelia, we love you, baby. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Representative Reeves.
The representative who just spoke wouldn't note it himself, but today is a big birthday for my colleague from the other side of Williamson County. Give it up for Jake McCalman.
Representative Garrett.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here with Amelia McCalman here to actually, Representative Reeves stole my thunder on recognizing a birthday, but that's not actually what I wanted to say today. What I wanted to say today, she's here standing next to me because I am her favorite state representative on the floor today. So I just want to make sure everyone realized that. So welcome to Amelia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Jones of Unicoi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have with us as a page, his name is Easton Green, and he's from Carter County West Side Elementary. He is the Tennessee Under 10 Award recipient for the Governor's Early Literacy Foundation. So his mother, Heather, is in the audience, so if we could make them feel welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure that I give a good welcome to two of my pages who are here today, Nidra Bridges and Neverly Bridges. They are my assistant stepchildren, and so I want to make sure I welcome them and also recognize two of my additional guests who are in the West Gallery, Richie and Raphael. So thank you. Make them welcome.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask my colleagues to stand in honor of the brave men and women that serve in our military today. All of us who have seen combat hate war. I do. I despise it. But it does build up in my heart a great love for what God has given us here, and the men and the women that wear the uniform, that they were able to rescue a downed pilot in Iran. And we should give our men and women of the U.S. military a big standing round of applause.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to try to do two things within a minute. The first thing I want to do is wish a happy birthday to my youngest brother, Jerome Chisholm, a.k.a. the Soul Bishop of Memphis. I want to wish him a happy birthday. And the second thing I want to do is recognize April 4th. On April 4th, you know, it was a moment that echoed in history with both heartbreak and purpose. The day that Dr. King was assassinated, you know, his voice was silent, but the movement did not. So we honor his legacy, not just for remembering his words, but by living them, by choosing kindness when it is difficult, when it's inconvenient, and having unity when it feels impossible. So because this is true, that dreams don't die, they live on within us. So it's now our responsibility to carry the dream forward. So with that, Mr. Speaker, members, I thank you for recognizing the life of Dr. Martin Luther King.
Thank you. Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to wish Mr. Isaac Vaughn, a 95th, a happy birthday. He lives in my district, and he's a proud Korean War veteran who served on the rugged slopes of Heartbreak Ridge. At only 18, when most are just beginning their lives, Mr. Vaughn volunteered to serve in Korea. He faced freezing rain, treacherous terrain, and relentless enemy fire in battles that tested the limits of human endurance. His service exemplified the quiet courage of our volunteer state. So again, happy 95th birthday to PFC Isaac Columbus Vaughn. Thank you.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My mom, Julianne Bain, is up there in the audience, so please be on your best behavior today. Thank you.
Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honored today to have my granddaughter, Emma Grace Llewellyn, and her good friend, Annabella Gilliland, paging for us today from Knoxville. And their parents, my daughter and her father, Christy and Grant Llewellyn, are here somewhere in the balcony. And Annabella's parents, Rick and Amy Gilliland, are also here. So help me in welcoming. And they're also all my constituents. So I've got a 2-for-1 today. So thank you all.
Thank you. Representative Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize my intern, MTSU intern, Jacob Pagel. What's extraordinary about this young man, he's in a wheelchair, and the young man can still make himself get up there in the gallery. Y'all give a big round of applause for Jacob.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome all the members of the Seersucker Caucus that showed up today and all of those that are not inside the chamber that are wearing their seersuckers also. And we will have pictures immediately after session. Thank you, sir.
All right. Anyone else? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to just give a special thank you to my constituents in District 86. Today, 3 years ago, April 6th, I was expelled out of the Tennessee General Assembly fighting to end the gun violence epidemic. And my constituents, both in our county commission and then with the re-election, sent me back to be of service. And it has been and remains the honor of my life to represent our district, fighting for the issues and the causes that mean so much to us. And we know there is still so much work to do as we deal with homicides, as we deal with suicides and gun violence back home in our community. But the work and the movement for justice rooted in love does not die and it will not end. And just to all those who march, who protest, who stand up, who speak up, and who fight for freedom, for justice, and equality, especially when it's uncomfortable and has consequences, thank you. And it is my honor to be your state representative.
All right. Anyone else seeking recognition? Seeing none. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to number 17 and placed on the consent calendar referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing and allowing us to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions laying over.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that all resolutions laying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to bills, Senate bills on first consideration.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that Senate bills 1,587, 2,276, 2,279, 2,285, 2,334, 2,372, 2,375, 2,377, 2,427, 2,434, and 2,509 transmitted by the Senate be held on the desk pending third consideration of the companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House bills or House Bill 2,665 be passed on second consideration to be held on the desk referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Petitions, memorials, reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Shirley Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration in keeping with Rule 50.
Mr. Shirley moves passage of the consent calendar. Probably second to Mr. Clerk. Any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, item 6, House Bill 2569 has been objected to by Leader Lamberth. Item 23, House Joint Resolution 1253 has been objected to by Chairman Faison. Item 60, SJR 957 has been objected to by Leader Lamberth. Item 61, SJR 958, objected to by Chairman Clemens.
All right. Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In consultation with both leaders, I move that all members of the Black Caucus voting in the affirmative be listed as co-prime sponsors of H.J.R. 1264.
Without objection, disclosure is duly noted. Let the journal reflect Representative Hurt is excused. Anyone else seeking recognition on consent calendar? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those member in favor of the consent calendar, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays, 2 present, I voted.
Having received a constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House is a regular calendar.
Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move at this time that items 7, 11, and 16, that's House Bill 819, House Bill 1827, and House Bill 2020 be rolled to the heel of today's calendar.
Proper motion, probably single without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 1, House Bill 1529, Chairman Bosso and others relative to days of special observance. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Bozo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to SB 1732.
Chairman Bozo moves substitute form Senate Bill 1732 without objection, so ordered. Chairman Bozo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of SB 1732 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Bozo moves passage of Senate Bill 1732 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Bozo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the tradition of recognizing May 1st in this country as Law Day has its roots all the way back in the Eisenhower administration. In 1961, the U.S. Congress passed a joint resolution establishing May 1 as Law Day on the federal calendar. This bill simply follows along and designates May 1 as Law Day here in Tennessee on our official state calendar in the Blue Book. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Bozo renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1732, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 21 nays.
Senate Bill 1732, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2186 by Leader Lamberth, relative to local government. Mr. Speaker, is previously considered reset for today's regular calendar.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 2186 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection? Nope. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader, would you explain what the bill is doing, please? Thanks.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
This is one of those that does exactly what it says on the page. It allows metros to reduce their grocery tax if they so please, and then take some transition language out of the bottom of the code that is no longer needed.
Leader Camper.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the transition language is around the council. What is the transition language around? Is it moving a date? What is it doing?
Years ago, we passed a bill that said every city and metro council in the state is capped at 20. There was some transition language that was put in at that time at the request of some folks that were within some of the potentially affected areas. and they asked for some transition language. We're well past that date at this point, and in fact, that entire bill is still tied up in the court system. This takes out that transition language because we're now years past that point. So the only thing remaining in that part of the code would be the exact same thing that's in there now. We're not touching that, is that every city and metro council in the state is capped at 20. But again, I realize there is a lawsuit on that aspect of it.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was curious, would this bill impact that lawsuit, and if so, to what degree? And are you saying that this legislation is affecting several bodies across the state, and you confer with them and people understand what the bill is doing, that it's going to affect their bodies?
Leader Lambert.
Yes, we allowed cities and intended to allow metros to reduce their own grocery tax if they wanted to several years ago. We allowed them to do so at their request. One of my cities, the city of Hendersonville, actually went through with that and reduced their grocery tax. We thought that we allowed metros to do it as well, but when specifically some of the metros started looking at the language of the bill we passed, they did not feel like they had the authority to reduce their grocery tax. This makes it clear that a metro can reduce their grocery tax just like a city.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with respect to the lawsuit, was it around the grocery tax or the second portion of the bill? And would this bill affect the lawsuit, the pending lawsuit?
Leader Lambert.
I can't speak for the Supreme Court. That's where the case is right now. But there were multiple claims as a part of that lawsuit, and it did not involve the grocery aspect. It involved the cap of 20 members for city and metros throughout the state. There are multiple claims in that lawsuit. Arguably, it might affect one aspect of one of those claims, but they're argued several different factors as part of that lawsuit, and the Supreme Court is debating that and considering that now. Like oral arguments and everything else have already been done.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with respect to cities that may have more than 20, I think you said it's 20, right? You capped everybody at 20. This is like, so the city council could be no more than 20, the county commissions could be more than 20, the aldermans, whatever local legislative body is no more than 20 currently. And with respect to that, there's a lawsuit pending, and we don't believe this could conceivably have an impact on that law.
Leader Lambert.
We are not changing the cap of 20. We're not touching any of that. We're not going back and re-legislating that aspect. There was a cap that was put in of 20 for city and metro councils. That's what's being, the lawsuit is arguing out right now. This only addresses what both sides of that law, quite frankly, argued was transitory language that was not needed in the code anymore. And so arguably, right after we passed that law, you might have needed some transitory language if it affected somebody at that time, because it affects every city and metro the same. It's a cap of 20, but it's certainly not needed now, because now we're years past when the law was passed.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Representative Dixie. Passes. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2186, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 76, 16 nays, 2 present, I voted.
House Bill 2186, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most for consider table. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up item 27 at this time. 27.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 27, House Bill 2659 by Leader Lamberth, relative to charitable gaming. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Leader Lamberth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2723.
Leader Lamberth moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2723. Clark, second. Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2723 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage of Senate Bill 2723 on third and final consideration. Clark, second. Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number one withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Senator Lamberth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This opens up a 5-day window for those charitable organizations that may not have made the deadline in time to be able to do a charitable gaming event, usually a bingo or raffle or something of that nature, from July 1st to June 30th of this year and next year. So it opens up a 5-day window. If we can get it passed today, we're on the Senate version. If it gets signed real quick and everything, that 5-day window should open up before we leave and adjourn. So there's several organizations that would still be able to would like to still be able to apply to do these type of events. With that, I renew my motion.
Senator Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2723 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 2723 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most for consideration table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 3, House Bill 1215 by Representative McCallum, a resolution to honor and commend the Club America chapter at Independence High School.
Representative McCallum, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Mr. Clerk just said, this just commemorates a Club America Club founding at Independence High School in Williamson County. Renew my motion.
Representative McCallum moves adoption. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative McCallum, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion and move adoption.
Representative McCallum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 1215 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 79, 11 nays, 3 present, not voting.
House Joint Resolution 1215 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted without objection. The most for consideration table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1216 by Representative McCallum, a resolution to honor and commend the Club America chapter at Nolensville High School.
Representative McCallum, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption of House Joint Resolution 1216.
Representative McCallum moves adoption. Public Secretary, Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative McCallum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just again, as what Mr. Clerk had said, this is commemorating the founding of Club America at Nolensville High School in Williamson County, and I renew my motion.
Representative McCallum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Lamberth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 1216 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 14 nays, 4 present, not voting.
House Joint Resolution 1216 and received constitutional majority. I hereby declare adopted without objection. Most for consideration table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 1217 by Representative McCallum, a resolution to honor and commend the Club America chapter at Page High School.
Representative McCallum, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption of House Joint Resolution 1217.
Representative McCallum moves adoption. Public Secretary, Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative McCallum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I will elaborate a little bit more on this because my daughter is here and she was the founder of the Club America at Page High. Could not be more proud of her as her day. And I appreciate that she has a civic-minded awareness. And with that, Mr. Speaker and members, I renew my motion.
Representative McCallum renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 1217 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 12 nays, 6 present, not voting.
House Joint Resolution 1217 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted without objection. The most for consideration table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 1218 by Representative McCallum, a resolution to honor and commend the Club America chapter at Brentwood High School.
Representative McCallum, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Joint Resolution 1218.
Representative McCallum moves adoption. Public Secretary, Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative McCallum, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, for lack of sounding like a broken record of the past 4 bills, this is just commemorating the founding of a Club America at Brentwood High School in Williamson County alone. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative McCallum renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Faison, you recognize.
Renew my motion. Previous question.
15 years. 15 years. Chairman Faison asked previous question. Although any objection, without objections ordered, we're on the board. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 1218 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
I 75-14 nay, 4 present, not voting.
House Joint Resolution 1218 have received constitutional majority. I hereby declare adopted without objection. The most reconsidered table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 7 was rolled to the hill. We're ready for item 8, House Bill 1760 by Representative Gant, relative to building inspections.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1762 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gant moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to adopt.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is transparency and predictability. If an applicant chooses a third-party inspector for a locally required building inspection, they must use a third-party inspector for subsequent inspections in that same inspection of that construction of that house or commercial building. I renew my motion.
Representative Gant renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does it have to be the same third-party inspector?
Representative Gant.
Yes, ma'am. They have to complete that construction project with the same one they started with. That's right.
Leader Camper.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. If in some strange instance that contractor goes out of business or something like that, what's the remedy for them or the person who's building the property?
Representative Gant.
They would take it to that local municipality for a dispute on who they should use.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. And just reading this, I was just a little confused here when it said this subdivision does not require a person who engages a third-party inspector to complete a locally required building inspection to engage a third-party inspector for another locally required building inspection. So can this inspector be used on more than one property?
Representative Gant.
It would be per property, per inspection.
Representative Pearson.
And for each new inspection, this person would be required to go through whatever local responsibilities they would have to have in order to be able to provide a permit or provide an opinion on a piece of property?
Representative Gant.
Yes, it just depends on who they start with. If they use the city or the county inspector, they have to complete that project with that original inspector. They can't switch midterm.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you.
Any further questions, discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1760 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
House Bill 1760 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1762 by Representative Gant, relative to conveyances of real property.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1762 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gant moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment rewrites the bill. Defer to the sponsor for further explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of of Committee Amendment Number 1, say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Gant, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I know this was not timely filed, but I would move for consideration of amendment number 2.
Representative Gant moves for consideration of amendment number 2. Proper motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 2. All those in favor of considering amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 84, 7 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 2 prevails. Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this legislation does is it provides consumer protection and is designed to safeguard Tennessee families from deed fraud and the economic harm it creates. Across our state, we have seen an increase in fraudulent and poorly drafted deeds, leaving Tennesseans vulnerable to financial loss, title defects, and property disputes they never saw coming. Our General Assembly has formally recognized this growing problem and the economic damage it causes to innocent property owners and prospective buyers. This bill addresses that problem head-on by requiring that deeds be prepared only by trained professionals, licensed attorneys, licensed title insurance agents, title insurance companies, or by the actual property owner or someone legally authorized to act on their behalf. We also strengthen the verification process by requiring a sworn declaration or notarized affidavit stating exactly who prepared the deed and confirming that they are legally authorized to do so. This simple safeguard gives our county registers a powerful tool to screen out fraudulent and unauthorized filings before they can harm our citizens. Importantly, the bill preserves common sense exceptions, government filed deeds, and deeds prepared by financial institutions with a legitimate interest in the property are not affected, ensuring that ordinary mortgage and government transactions continue smoothly. Colleagues, this is not a complicated bill. It is a protect the consumer bill, a protect the homeowner bill, and above all, a protect the public welfare bill. It raises the standard for property transfers in Tennessee without burdening legitimate actors, and it helps ensure that one of the most significant financial transactions a family will ever make, buying or selling a home, is secure, transparent, and trustworthy. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion. Or move adoption of Amendment 2. I'm sorry.
Representative Gant moves adoption of amendment number 2. We're on the board. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Gant renews motion. Discussion on the bill. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, thank you for bringing this legislation. So is this legislation specifically or tied to some of the quitclaim thefts that have been taking place across our state?
Representative Gant.
Yes, sir. It does bring clarity to that process by having that affidavit, sworn statement. And so all those protections should prevent that from happening in the future.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With some of the deed transfers or quitclaim transfers happen electronically, does anything in the legislation speak to the electronic transfer?
Representative Gant.
It does not affect or change any of the way that is processed electronically, no.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm supporting the bill. I'm just getting more clarity on it. And in regards to individuals how does it address individuals that fraudulently bring a quitclaim deed
into the Register of Deeds office. How does the legislation address that?
Representative Gant.
Well, this legislation narrows who can actually process those deed changes, where before it was kind of open-ended, and that's where a lot of the miscommunication, the fraudulent cases took place, if that makes sense.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm clear in the legislation, now only attorneys can process quitclaim deeds, or can other individuals process them also, or create them also?
Representative Gant.
Yeah, as I set out in the legislation, it specifically says who can process those change requests.
Representative Parkinson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, okay, and thank you for this start. So let me be clear. I appreciate this start. You know, I do think we need to go a little further, because you can have you did run off a laundry list of people who could create these quitclaim deeds, right? I think you said attorneys, and seemed like I think you said something tied to someone that was affiliated with the property, which that part of let me tell you why I'm bringing that up, because part of the problem is with our Register of Deeds, we had 44 home thefts in the last year, 44 in Shelby County. And one of the things that our Register of Deeds spoke to was the fact that sometimes some of these were relatives that were doing it to other relatives. And so I just wanted to make sure, put that on your mind, and you know, maybe as we're moving forward, you know, in the next year or so, we bring even more legislation that could help tighten it up some more. But I appreciate you, you know, getting this thing started and make sure that we have this on our minds, because the worst thing that can happen to a person is their American dream be ruined. You know, all the definitions I saw of what the American dream was owning a house, 2 cars, and I think a dog or something, right? And so it was a dog and a fence, yeah, picket fence. Well, when they steal the home of Americans, the picket fence goes with it, but it literally kills the possibility of the American dream. And if you think about it, someone purchasing a home is probably the largest investment that they've made in their life. And so I hope that, you know, as we start here, Chairman, I hope that honestly we can all get together and add some more to it, and, you know, strengthen the laws in regards to the individuals that sign off and stamp them also, right? And create the biggest punishment that we can create for those that do steal people's properties, because it is very prevalent in our communities. But again, I appreciate you, and I'll be supporting the legislation.
Representative Gant, anything? No.
Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1762 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
House Bill 1762 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion research table. Up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1648 by Chair Lady Haynes, relative to funding oversight. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1654.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1654, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1654 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes moves passage of Senate Bill 1654 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill ensures that non-governmental 340B entities are subject to recognized fiscal and programmatic oversight by the state. The bill authorizes the state agency administering grants to these entities to verify and enforce compliance with all required 340B funding guidelines. It also codifies the comptroller's ability to audit such entities if warranted. The 340B entity is an organization deemed eligible to participate in the 340B drug pricing program set up by the federal government. These organizations provide care and medications to some of our state's most vulnerable individuals. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1654, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1654 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declared passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 11 was rolled to the Hill. The body is ready for item 12, Senate Bill 1909 by Representative Hicks, rolled to drug courts.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1909 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 1909 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call up the next amendment.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Hicks. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption.
Representative Hicks moves adoption of House Amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're on the board. All those in favor of adopting House Amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
House Amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask for this legislation to be held on the desk, please?
Without objection, hold on the clerk's desk. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 13, House Bill 1671 by Chairman Rudd, relative to relocation of homeless persons. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1788.
Chairman Rudd moves to substitute form Senate Bill 1788, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of 1788 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Rudd moves passage Senate Bill 1788 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to the Hill of the amendments.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Chairman Rudd. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adoption of Amendment 2.
Chairman Rudd moves adoption of amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting on the board. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 21 nays.
Amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this is we already passed this bill last week or week before. This is the homeless busing bill. The Senate added 2 things to the bill, which was fine, but it had a typo in it. So that's what my amendment did. It adopted the Senate and changed their typo. What they put in the bill was it gave Hamilton County's nonprofit, which seeks to relocate homeless people to their original place of origin. And that allowed that to happen, even though that was not a government agency. And also it excluded and took law enforcement out of the bill. Since they transport homeless and between counties, we took them out of the bill, so it doesn't cover that. The one error that they had in there is they put in or, and it should have been an and, so the local government is still notified. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Rhodes renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1788 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 76, 20 nays.
Senate Bill 1788, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1882 by Chairman Slater relative to state university boards.
Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1882 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Slater moves passage. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Bill 1 by Chairman Slater. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw House Amendment number 1.
Without objection, House Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Chairman Slater. Mr. Speaker, this one was not timely filed.
Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to consider House Amendment 2.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. Representative Dixie. Oh, sorry. It's just a motion to consider. We'll debate that if we get it before us. Hang on one second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 2. All those in favor of considering amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 80, 11 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 2 prevails. Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 2 does two things. First of all, it changes the date when terms begin to April 1st of trustees. The reason for this is so that it will give the General Assembly time to confirm the appointees. And then secondly, it moves to January 1st of 2027, the first term appointments. And the reason for that is if we didn't do that, then this coming year, then boards of trustees may may face some quorum issues. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of amendment number 2.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Chairman Slater moves adoption of amendment number 2. Any discussion? Seeing Leader Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor. Thank you for the explanation. I know that there was a section in there that listed out what the schools would, with the appointments and the schedule change. And that's all we're doing, right? Is getting things lined up.
Chairman Slater.
Yes, that is correct. It is just getting everything lined up.
Leader Love.
So do you think this will allow for us to have more efficiency with appointments, that when we're in session, we'll be able to confirm them faster?
Chairman Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment will do is it won't put us into a hurry up type of a situation. It will give us enough time once we get into session to go ahead and hear the appointees in the appropriate committees, both in the House and the Senate.
Leader Love.
Thank you, sponsor. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, any further discussion on amendment 2? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting on amendment number 2. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 6 nays.
House Bill 1882 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, university boards of trustees are the governing bodies of our state universities. They do things such as appoint the president, set the operating budget, approve personnel appointments, establish tuition and fee rates, approve contracts, and approve all rules, regulations, curriculum changes, and new programs and degrees of the universities. Right now, currently, terms begin July 1st, of each year. Because gubernatorial appointments take place while the General Assembly is not in session, appointees begin serving before being confirmed by a joint resolution of the House and Senate. HB 1882 does two things. First, gubernatorial appointments may not serve until confirmed. And then second, terms begin on April 1st. According to the amendment, existing terms will be extended to accommodate this change. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Slater renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1882 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 80, 10 nays, 2 present, not voting.
House Bill 1882 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1254, Burroughs Alexander, relative to law enforcement officers' rights.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1254 on third and final consideration.
Representative Alexander moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill, defer to the sponsor for further explanation, and move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 1. Following second, any discussion on amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will give our police officers, our highway patrol, all those rights to due process. They are the only ones in our state that have not had it, and this bill gives them that. And what this bill does is it defines Brady List. It also defines the prosecuting agency to ensure statewide uniform understanding. It requires written policies. If a prosecuting agency maintains a Brady List, policies must be shared with law enforcement agencies in the district for comment before adoption. It requires notice before placement, including a summary of the justifications and the officer's right to provide input. It provides consideration after placement, including submission of supporting documentation. If reconsideration is granted, the officer must be removed from the list, and it preserves constitutional Brady disclosure obligations at all times. It allows removal at any time if circumstances change or new information is received, and it protects confidentiality of all the Brady List and supporting records from public record requests while allowing release to the officer, council, courts, and other agencies as permitted by law. It clarifies that the bill does not create a private cause of action. This just has been worked on for the past year between the officers and the police and the sheriffs, as well as all the agencies. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Alexander renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Towns.
Madam Sponsor, thank you for the bill. Speaker, thank you. Look, tell me this. If you have a bad cop and you figure out what this investigation is a bad cop, and this cop or law enforcement officer decides to quit this jurisdiction and go to another jurisdiction, and that data that next jurisdiction may need to determine whether this person is fit for hire, how does this bill address that?
Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because it was drafted by the DA Commission as well as all the sheriffs and officers, they're sharing information all the time.
Representative Towns.
I'm so sorry, but repeat the last part. I'm sorry. I didn't hear it. I'm
Alexander.
sorry.
I said, because it was drafted by the DA Commission as well as the Police and Sheriffs Association, they are sharing information all the time, and that is getting shared.
Representative Towns.
So as a matter of record, we're saying, for the record, that any of those jurisdictions where that person may be trying to go will have access to the information. What about outside of Tennessee? Will they have access as well? Because some go across state line.
Representative Alexander.
This bill does not address that.
Representative Towns.
But it does not forbid it as well.
Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is correct.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the bill.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor, for the bill. Did I understand you correct that these records would be subject to the Open Records Act, or they would not be subject to open records?
Representative Alexander.
Hang on just one moment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The confidential protects the confidentiality of those Brady lists. They are always confidential and supporting records from public records request.
Representative Warner.
So to understand you there, they would not be subject to open records requests, right?
Representative Alexander.
It's my understanding that is correct.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1254 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member vote, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 14 nays, 5 present, not voting.
House Bill 1254, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most weeks are stable. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 16 was rolled to the hill. We're ready for item 17. House Bill 1447 by Chairman Baum, relative to retirement.
Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1447 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Baum moves passage. Following second, Ms. Clerk, call for first amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to move for adoption.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption. Committee amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1, say aye, aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would give legislative approval to our treasurer to give him the option to serve as custodian of Trump accounts. Let me take 1 minute to remind you of what a Trump account is. This is for individuals who are born between 2025 and 2028. The federal government will deposit $1,000 in these accounts, and Michael Dill may add $250 additional dollars. And these accounts would essentially be like IRA accounts. The money in them would grow tax deferred until the recipient is 18. And then upon turning 18 years of age, the individual could use that money for things like education, medical expenses, or keep the money in the accounts for retirement. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Baum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Shaw.
Will sponsor yield?
Chairman Baum. Yes, Representative Shaw.
Sponsor yield?
Chairman Baum.
Yes.
This would not include Chairman Faison and myself with it since we retired.
Chairman Baum.
Got to be born between 2025, getting closer, 2025 and 2028.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1447 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 84, 7 nays, 3 present, not voting.
House Bill 1447 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider stable. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2408 by Chairman Baum relative to communications over the telephone.
Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2408 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Baum moves passage. Bobby seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to adopt.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Bobby seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill designed to cut back or reduce the robocalls that we receive. It does that by limiting robocalls by a company to no more than 10,000 per month to Tennessee residential households. Its provisions would be enforced by the Tennessee Attorney General, and the penalties are already established under the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act. I'll give a personal example. I've got an 88-year-old father who literally gets phone calls all day long trying to sell him end-of-life burial insurance, home alarm systems, med alert devices. And I happen to have the exact same name as my father. So I guess they think I'm him. They think I'm 88 years old. And so I get these phone calls all day long as well. This bill represents another attempt to cut back on robocalls. We already have a federal do not call list, but it's evidently not completely effective. And so this represents another attempt. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Baum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Himmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the sponsor for the work on the bill. I urge you to continue your fight and include text messages next year, as I believe that is the real scourge of these scoundrels that are doing these scams. Thank you.
Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Representative Himmer. If this bill passes, then I'm going to monitor and work closely with the Attorney General to see how he's able to enforce the provisions of this bill. And then assuming it is successful, I would like to circle back around and include text messages, the kind of unsolicited kinds that we receive in a subsequent bill.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does this include robocalls from political candidates or campaigns asking for a friend?
Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. My understanding is that this bill does not cover political calls. It could not, that they are covered and protected in another part of our code under First Amendment rights as political speech. And so this bill would not cover them.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Baum, for the bill. I get probably 4 or 5 of these a day, wanting to lend money, just whatever, you know. And do we got some teeth in this bill, something that somebody can go after these folks? Because I feel like what's probably happening to a lot of folks is they're biting on some of this stuff, and it's, you know, ends up being a fraud scam, or they end up getting into something they can't pay back. So what kind of teeth do we have in this legislation?
Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The penalties that would be levied for violations of this bill are already laid out under the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act. So it's just a matter, if this bill passes, of the Attorney General enforcing those provisions.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to support your bill, but I would love to work with you in the future, and let's see if we can really get somebody to go after these folks, because that is a complaint that we get quite regularly, is what can we do to stop these calls, and it becomes, you know, harassment. So thank you again for the bill, sir.
Chairman Baum.
Thank you, and I understand your concern. I get a lot of these calls every day, like I mentioned. Evidently, at the federal level, folks either don't have the time or they don't have the technology to enforce the do not call list, but maybe at the state level, our Attorney General will have the resources he needs to enforce this. Hopefully, he'll take an interest in this.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question recalls their objection. Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2408 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
House Bill 2408 having received the constitutional majority, I declare it passed without objection. Most readings are tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1673 by Representative Bricken and others related to utility regulation.
Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of House Bill 1673 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bricken moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We shall also move to adopt this and defer to the sponsor for a brief explanation.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to adopt.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will clarify areas of utility regulations based on the recent experience of the Tennessee Board of Utility Regulations. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Bricken renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1673 as amended, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays, 4 present, not voting.
House Bill 1673 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most readings are tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2499 by Representative Capley related to possession of wildlife. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2354.
Representative Capley moves to substitute form Senate Bill 2354, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2354 on third and final consideration.
Representative Capley moves passage of Senate Bill 2354 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call first committee.
Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And even though this amendment actually should rename this bill the Trash Panda Pet Act, it is the same as the Senate amendment, and we move to withdraw.
Without objection, committee amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Capley renews his motion. Discussion on the bill. Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for a previous question.
Previous question been called. I couldn't hear you. I don't know what y'all are saying out there. Previous questions on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 72 nays.
Previous question fails. We're up. Representative from Davison, before I call, that would be considered a prop. Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thought it was a good toupee, but anyway, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor. I was just curious, a few questions. So Tennessee Titans have a mascot. His name is T-Rex. It's a proud raccoon. Would the Titans have to get a permit to have this raccoon?
Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this piece of legislation, we're not really addressing professional athlete mascots, but if it was a raccoon that was bought from a breeder, then they would have to get a permit from TWRA. This simply eliminates the fee that you have to pay to get that.
Representative Himmer.
Thank you. In 2014, Mark Coon Rippey ran for governor, and unfortunately, his raccoon was taken from him, and quite a sad thing. In this legislation, could he go and get another permit and get another raccoon?
Representative Kaplan.
Hell, I get, oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reckon, maybe, I don't know.
Leader Cochran.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, I asked this question primarily for my seatmate. Are there any special exemptions for raccoons that predict the weather?
Representative Kaplan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would entertain any floor motion. I mean, any verbal amendments. I mean, I'm here. I'm ready to work for the people.
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and sponsor. Thank you for bringing this legislation. My children are very interested in it. Should this bill pass, do you indeed have a personal intention to acquire one of these raccoons as a pet? And if so, do you have a name picked out?
Representative Kaplan.
I don't know that I will be acquiring a raccoon as a pet, just based off of previous experiences. I don't know if you've ever seen a raccoon, but they are crafty little creatures.
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, sponsor, should you decide, I would highly recommend the name Rocky. That's a pretty common name for a raccoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2354, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 78, 14 nays.
Senate Bill 2354 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider step. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 640 by Chair Lady Carringer, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chair Lady Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0400.
Chair Lady Carringer moves substitute and form to Senate Bill 400, public sector without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0400 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Carringer moves passage of Senate Bill 400 on third and final consideration, public sector. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does three things. It requires the department to provide guidance to the Tennessee Accelerating Literacy and Learning Corps members and tutors that aligns these tutoring services to the students' remediation needs. It will allow the department to provide a report on the effectiveness of these remediation programs, and it will require the department to provide a list of IT systems to LEAs that can measure students' progress for these remediation services, while also making sure the data is protected. And this is also a permissive bill. It does not require LEAs to go with any of the IT systems, and this will be across the state of Tennessee. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Carringer renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 400 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 400 having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1833 by Chairman Sapicki, relative to higher education. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Spicki, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2079.
Chairman Spicki moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2079, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Spicki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2079 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Spicki moves passage of Senate Bill 2079 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as amendment moved to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Spicki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Renew my motion.
Chairman Spicki renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2079 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, as any member wishes to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 8 nays.
Senate Bill 2079, I receive a constitutional majority. Hereby declare passed by objection. Motion reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1884 by Chairman Spicki, relative to corporate entities. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Spicki, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1956.
Chairman Spicki moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1956, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Spicki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1956 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Spicki moves passage of Senate Bill 1956 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment rewrites the bill. Defer to the sponsor for further explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of committee amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr.
Chairman Spicki, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Spicki renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you define what satisfactory proof is in this legislation?
Chairman Spicki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From talking with the department, what their explanation was is if they get a bona fide complaint that they verified.
Chairman Clemens.
And do they have to certify that verification? What's the due process that, or what exhaustive relief they're going to conduct to make sure that this is verified, due diligence wise?
Chairman Spicki.
From speaking with the department, they will receive a complaint. They'll initiate a response to that complaint, go to that entity, ask them the questions that they needed to verify. That will come back to the department, then they'll make a decision.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so this will all be documented and they'll keep this in their file and this will be certified by whoever in that department or agency makes that decision that they have conducted this due diligence.
Chairman Spicki.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1956 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wishes to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 10 nays.
Senate Bill 1956 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2018 by Representative Cochran, relative to enforcement of immigration laws.
Leader Cochran, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of HB 2018 on third and final consideration.
Leader Cochran moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Leader Cochran, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this applies to sheriff's departments that have memorandums of understanding to participate in the 287G program. This would require them to hold an inmate who has an ICE detainer for the entire 48 hours. With that, I renew my motion.
Leader Cochran renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2018, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wishes to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 23 nays, 1 present, not voted.
House Bill 2018 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2272 by Chairman Crawford and others, relative to liability of celebrities who endorse an alcoholic beverage license.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2272 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Crawford moves passage. Public Secretary, Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption. Committee amendment number 1. Public Secretary, any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill is called the Dolly Parton Bill. And basically what we're doing here is making it to where name, image, and likeness can be used, but not as they're not responsible if somebody gets hurt or whatever in this bottling process. It's just a company who wants to buy her name and be able to use it to sell it as Dolly Wine. I renew my motion.
Chairman Crawford renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2272 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member votes, every member must change your vote. Marcia. Aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 78, 7 nays, 11 present, not voted.
House Bill 2272 and receive constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled.
Call for the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 49 by Chairman Doggett.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that we roll this bill 6 or 7 spaces.
Chairman Doggett.
6 or 7, pick one. Pick one, hurry. 7.
Without objection, so move. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 27 has already been disposed of by the House. We're ready for item 28. Item 28, House Bill 1273 by Chairman Doggett, relative to threats of violence. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we substitute and conform to Senate Bill 591.
Chairman Doggett moves passage of properly. Chairman Doggett moves to substitute and conform to the Senate Bill 0591, properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 591 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Doggett moves passage of Senate Bill 0591 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the first amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 2.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill deals with threats of mass violence, and particularly with schools. There is a mandatory reporting requirement of that in current code. And what we're saying here is that it is mandatory that you report only credible threats of mass violence. That is with regards to individuals or students that are in the intellectual or developmental disability community. And so this bill will certainly not going to take away from the investigative purposes. It doesn't limit those that can make the reports of mass violence. All those will be thoroughly investigated. But in the schools, they have threat assessment teams, SROs, and now we have Homeland Security agents in each county across the state to help investigate these threats. So credible threats are what we're doing here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 0591, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays, 5 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 0591 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2368 by Chairman Doggett and others relative to criminal justice.
Chairman Doggett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2368 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Doggett moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Doggett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Current law states it is illegal to fly a drone over a ticketed event like a sporting event or outdoor concert. This bill adds a 400-foot prohibition from doing such out beyond the perimeter of the ticketed event. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of HB 2368 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, 3 nays.
HB 2368 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call for the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2374 by Chairman Doggett and others relative to bail.
Chairman Doggett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2374 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Doggett moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, are there any amendments filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Doggett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If an individual, a defendant, is charged with a failure to appear on a felony that is violent or sexual in nature, as determined by the court, then they would be placed into all available databases such as NCIC, and the local registering agency, Sheriff's Department, would have 10 days to do so. I renew my motion.
Chairman Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of HB 2374, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
HB 2374 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2028 by Chairman Faison relative to consumer protection. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2262.
Chairman Faison moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2262. Properly seconded without objection, so ordered. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2262 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Faison moves passage of Senate Bill 2262 on third and final consideration. properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call for the First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill, so we're going to move to adopt it and encourage our sponsor to give us a brief explanation.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of House Amendment Number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on that amendment? All those in favor of adoption of House Amendment Number 1, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a simple bill that makes it better for small businesses to operate in Tennessee. With that, I renew my motion.
Any discussion on the bill? Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you explain to us how this is going to make it better for small businesses?
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Leader Camper. Last year, my pest control business all of a sudden lost out huge. One whole week, comparing year over year, we dropped like 50%. Going into the second week, it was just as bad. It was in October. My wife called me. She's like, honey, something's gone wrong. We are losing majorly out right now. We've not lost this bad in the month of October ever. We started digging into it, come to find out that we had been taken off of our Google listing. It was incredibly difficult to get back on, even though we pay. Google struggled to get it. When I started working on this, I found other small businesses throughout Tennessee that came forward to see me, and they're like, just with no reason, because we thought maybe it was because I was in politics, that somebody had done something to me. We found out it wasn't because of that. It's happened to several people. And so this bill simply says, Leader Camper, that if an online search engine takes you off, blacklists you, within 5 days of you notifying them that you've been taken down, they either have to get you back up or tell you what to get back up. Or you can, it creates a cause of action if they don't answer you within 5 days.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 2262 as amendment, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 5 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2262 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call for the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2101 by Chairman Faison, relative to drugs.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2101 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Faison moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call for the First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of Amendment Number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in a time where we can get everything we need brought to us at home, including now possibly a raccoon, this makes it to where you can get pseudoephedrine at home. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Any discussion? Representative Towns, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Is this your first bill?
Chairman Faison.
No, sir, but it feels like it.
Representative Towns.
That should be a fantastic feeling then.
Chairman Faison.
I renew my motion.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of HB 2301 as amended, Vote aye when the bell rings. HB 2101s, pardon me. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
HB 2101 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2278 by Chairman Faison and others relative to public health. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Faison, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform Senate Bill 2414.
Chairman Faison moves substitute form Senate Bill 2414, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2414 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Faison moves passage of Senate Bill 2414 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Faison, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, years ago here in the legislature, not us, East Tennessee realized that we had an issue kind of in the 1st Congressional District with hospitals. We had several hospitals that were struggling, one that was in major debt and was about to close the doors. Specifically, it was in part of my district in Greenville, struggling. Working with local government, working with the federal government, and working with the state government, we came up with a plan to create a COPA. COPA is short for Certificate of Public Advantage. Over the last 8 years, that COPA joined all the healthcare system in upper Northeast Tennessee. And it kind of created what you would refer to as the mother of all CONs. And they've band together, and every hospital, every facility that we were worried we were going to lose has now survived and thrived. Inside of that COPA, since it was going to be kind of the mother of CON and they would not have any competition, there was an abundance of regulation that was put in for what we call the ballot health system, to make sure pricing didn't get out of control, to make sure the standard of care was there. Throughout the years, there have been some issues, but recently they are doing an amazing job and have worked hard to make sure they're providing to the people of East Tennessee what needs to be provided to the people of East Tennessee. Seeing what's coming on the heels in the healthcare world here in Tennessee, and the very strong possibility that we're going to dissolve the CON for healthcare systems throughout all of the state. I believe, and several of us in East Tennessee think it's important that competition also happens up there. We have moved past the time that we're trying to preserve some of the hospitals and healthcare areas that were struggling, and it's time to introduce competition, because most of us know that competition drives a market and creates a better product. This bill dissolves that certificate of public advantage, if you will. And with the amendment that we just adopted, by next year, we will dissolve the CON for that area so competition can come in. There is a lot of concern that make sure that the ballot health system, while they don't have the COPA oversight over them, I want you to understand the way this legislation put in is that we put the Attorney General and a whole section of the Attorney General's office to govern and make sure they're doing right by the people. We also have the same Department of Health that's over every other hospital, the same regulations, the same important things that every hospital responds to. They have that as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Faison renews his motion. Discussion on the bill. Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman Faison, thank you very much for the legislation.
on your retirement ceremony today, I'm going to give you a pass on a few things, as you said. So you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we just recently received a letter from the Federal Trade Commission over the weekend. And essentially the way I interpret the letter was, we told you so, but you still need to have oversight. So that's the crux of what the message from the Federal Trade Commission was. I want to go back and read a little bit from their policy paper that they put out years and years ago. It talks about COPAs in general. After being allowed to merge, hospitals subject to COPAs, certificates of public advantage, often lobby for repeal of COPA oversight or fewer COPA conditions, citing cost and difficulties of compliance. Given this risk, the policy paper that the FTC put out expressly warns about the consequences of states repealing COPA legislation in a way that eliminates state regulatory oversight of the hospital systems that were allowed to merge under COPAs. For such a legislative change, the practical effect is to hand the merged healthcare system monopoly power unconstrained by either state regulation or antitrust enforcement against merger-related harms. In sum, when COPAs expire, the risk of price and quality harms increases significantly, including harm to quality of care and availability of healthcare services. The FTC takes seriously monopolies in healthcare markets, and if state regulatory oversight is eliminated, for example, in the wake of a COPA expiration, the Commission, the FTC, will review developments closely. Our Northeast Tennessee delegation of legislators in the House have pushed for the amendment that you have adopted before you. At a bare minimum, what this does, as the sponsor had mentioned, will allow the COPA, the Certificate of Public Advantage, to expire the same time the Certificate of Need expires, with the fear that we still need some greater sense of oversight through the Department of Health, and was explained that the Attorney General's office will still have some oversight over pricing. There are still numerous areas where we need to have oversight. I'm going to vote in favor of this piece of legislation, but we have to remember that oversight needs to continue in a robust way over the COPA entity until competition comes into the market. The suggestion from the FTC is to continue regulation or oversight of Ballad until they're no longer a monopoly, which means an entity has to come in to compete before oversight would stop. That being said, we still have some work to do. I'm hopeful that we can have a more robust conversation about CON in general, that we can put it to a date in 2028, which I feel we should in the first place. I'm going to support this amendment. I support this legislation. And I thank all the folks in Northeast Tennessee who have worked so hard on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you.
Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question, there's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk. Littleton was an aye. Please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2414 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 79, 14 nays.
Senate Bill 2414, have received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 26. Item 26, House Bill 489 by Chairman Doggett, relative to criminal law. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is now on the desk.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 254.
Chairman Doggett moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 254, properly seconded without objection, so ordered. Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 254 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Doggett moves passage of Senate Bill 254 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides a mechanism for those who offer transdermal monitoring as a condition of pretrial release or probation services for an avenue to stop service in the event that a non-indigent defendant fails to pay. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 254 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Bill 254 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House is ready for item 34. Item 34, House Bill 2564 by Representative Freeman and others relative to victims. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2650.
Representative Freeman moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2650, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2650 on third and final consideration.
Representative Freeman moves passage of Senate Bill 2650 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection. Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman, Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates a 2-year pilot program in Tennessee's largest counties, Shelby and Davidson, where county clerks will provide information or provide notification to victims and survivors of crime about the existence of victim-centered services. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Freeman renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 2650 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 3 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2650 have received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2314 by Representative Fritz relative to adult-oriented entertainment.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2314 on third and final consideration.
Representative Fritz moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment rewrites the bill to refer to the sponsor for further explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I bring you this bill as an intent to help reduce sexual assault, rape, and human trafficking in Tennessee. The bill does basically 2 things. In the first section, it will require an 8.5 by 11 posting at all the entrances to adult entertainment establishments that says, attention, by engaging in this type of entertainment, you may be contributing to an increase in domestic assault, rape, or sexual assault and human trafficking. And secondly, for those facilities that sell sexually oriented materials, including print, video, and other media, it simply requires a posting at the sale of the media to say, for your information, production of these materials may contribute to an increase in domestic assault, rape, or sexual assault and human trafficking. I would just offer in my closing comments that there's a strong correlation between pornography and sexual assault, rape, and human trafficking. And I think we owe it to our wives, our mamas, our daughters, and our children to do everything we can in Tennessee to prevent that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Fritz renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones of Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a few questions just to get on the record some clarification about this bill, Representative Fritz. Under the Tennessee's law passed not too long ago, I know that we're considering drag shows to be adult-oriented establishments or cabaret. Would those be subjected to this legislation? If there's a place that has a drag show, would they have to place a sign like this outside of one of those establishments?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation, colleague, is designed for establishment facilities, adult entertainment facilities, and facilities that market and sell the printed material.
Representative Jones.
So like a store like, actually, I don't know any stores like that in my district, but like a store that sells like sex toys or like lingerie, will they have to have one of these signs out there?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just read to you, colleague. It says, if an adult-oriented establishment lawfully offers for sale, loan, or use of sexually oriented materials, including print, video, and other media, then the board shall not issue a license unless they have the posting up.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I know this is an awkward conversation for folks. I don't even know people who are going, like, I don't know where these, people have the internet now. So I'm trying to understand how is this going to prevent that when some of the darkest things are happening on the websites that people have access to already, where you're seeing, people who are predators, stuff like that. So I'm just trying to understand how this will deter the very serious issue you're talking about of human trafficking, rape. These are very serious things. I'm trying to understand how putting this outside of shops, are there shops you can give an example of where maybe this will go out, this sign will be placed up? Or I'm just trying to understand that, because in the new age, I think it's a generational thing. People have access to every horrible thing, every type of thing on the internet. So seeing this, I'm trying to understand what type of shop you have in mind.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this bill doesn't attempt to cover everything, but what it does is designed to do is to make sure that we put a warning up. There are several things in our society that we use warnings and postings for today. Cigarettes. We have postings on tobacco materials for the harm that they may bring. We have federal regulations that 16 CFR 301, truth in labeling fur garments to protect animals. We put labels on our foodstuffs for peanut allergies and other food allergies. And with the correlation, and correlation does not always mean causation, but with the correlation that we have with sexual assault in some of these industries, I think it's worthwhile that we put this posting up to make a first stand at it. I would just offer this, and this comes from a report, the Sexual Exploitation Industry Research Findings Summaries, compiled by Dr. Marianne Layden. She's the director of Sexual Trauma and Psychopathology Program, Center for Cognitive Therapy at the University of Pennsylvania. And I would just mention just a couple things, colleague. For those who happen to be adult entertainers like strippers, they said that they faced a 65% higher increase of sexual assault. I think when you read through those kinds of things, that the use of pornography by a batterer significantly increases the battered woman's odds of being sexually abused. Pages of information, and again, correlation, if not causation. And so it compelled me to offer this bill to try to put that warning up and help identify the potential harm we're doing to generations.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. We serve in a chamber where so many people here want to act like they live at the foot of the cross, that they want to go after pornography. Since being a member, I've heard more obscene and pornographic things in this chamber, in this body, than anything that we would see even online. And I think it's just, we have to not be hypocrites in this body. And so if you want to go after pornography, saying that that's causing these things, let's look at your search or browser history in this body. Let's look at some of the things that are said on this floor about interns and the explicit things happening here. I just don't think we can.
Jones, you are way off the bill. You're out of order. Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard you cite one study that I hadn't seen, and I went to look at where's the research that says that these things happen. And what I found was that rape is almost always or very often done by someone you know. That rape is typically done by people who feel entitled, who are misogynist, and who have no impulse control. And I couldn't find any studies that said that around these facilities there was more of that type of crime. There was some 1970s, 1980s studies saying that overall crime was higher, but what they found is because these buildings were in underserved communities already. So those areas already had higher crime when they went in. It did not increase that crime. I want to know where the research is that says someone who wants to buy sexy lingerie or a vibrator is going to make somebody commit rape. I just don't get it. And so let's do something real to help people be safe. But quite frankly, we're casting a really wide net for something here that I don't think a lot of people understand. Do you have other research than that one person at Pennsylvania?
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, ma'am, I do. The chiefs of police in Pennsylvania, again from that source, for crime and live pornography, the chiefs of police in the state of Pennsylvania were asked if live pornography, strip clubs, pornography shops, and peep shows, etc., caused an increase in crime and a decrease in the quality of life in a community. The majority of the chiefs of police felt that it did increase the crime and reduce the quality of life in the community. Chiefs who had those activities in their own communities felt even more strongly that it caused additional crime.
Representative Johnson.
Did they do the numbers? Did they do the research? Did they actually see if those numbers bore fruit, or did they just think it was that way? You can think something is a certain way, but then what you do is you come in with the science and you do the research and see if that is actual factual research, because everything I found did not bear that out. What they bore out was that those places were put into areas that already see higher crime.
Representative Fritz.
I renew my motion.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Oh, sorry, Representative Martin of Hamilton.
I was just going to call the question, Speaker.
All right, previous question's been called. Any objection? We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2314 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 7 nays.
House Bill 2314 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection and most reconsidered table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1484 by Representative Gillespie relative to district attorneys general.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of HB 1484 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gillespie moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Memphis Safe Task Force Accountability Act. Essentially what it's doing is after this passes, anytime the local DA pleads down or lowers a charge or dismisses a charge or otherwise declines to prosecute, any actions under the Memphis Safe Task Force or any future federal violent crime task forces, it would require a monthly report to the Attorney General of Tennessee, both speakers, the DA's conference, and the U.S. Attorney in the district that they're located. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Gillespie renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And I have a lot of problems with this legislation, but just to start with the name here, the Memphis Unsafe Task Force overwhelmingly has been stopping people, and the THP has been a part of this, stopping people for speeding violations. Most of the tickets, most of the people who've gone to jail, actually, it's been folks who are on their way to work and things like that. There have been some fabricated and increased numbers that have been given by the administration and others in our community, but there's no real tracking or data. And so get ready for the question about that, because if this is to be the case, you're going to have to be able to track which cases are being given to the Memphis Unsafe Task Force and which ones are being documented for them, so that this policy or this law would actually be able to move forward. But also, in speaking of the Memphis Unsafe Task Force, what we have seen is over 600 deportations of people in our community in Memphis and Shelby County, people who pay taxes, who own businesses, who own homes, who are no longer with their loved ones and being separated. Children and people who go to school in our district and my community are suffering and being traumatized by the actions of this task force. And we are seeing an unfair practice of our own police department taking our tax dollars and collaborating with ICE agents. This is not an entity in its amalgamation of over 20 different agencies, I believe, that's in our community unwantingly. We did not request it. We did not ask for it. We do not want it. And even when the President of the United States came to Memphis, there was no elected official in an executive position who attended that meeting, because this was never asked for by any of our mayors, and it was not asked for by our city councilors or our county commissioners either. And so to be bringing legislation supporting this task force and putting more work on the district attorney and the district attorney's office without there being clear transparency about which arrests are being credited for the Memphis Unsafe Task Force is one of the problems with this piece of legislation. And the other thing is that this is completely ignoring the challenges that this task force has created in our community, specifically at our county jail, 201 Poplar, that has too many people there because of the actions of this task force, to the point that folks are staying in intake by the hundreds for more days than they are supposed to, and people are experiencing delayed justice because of these actions. So how in your legislation are you going to ensure that quote unquote credit is being given to the task force when you're asking the DA to do more paperwork rather than actually prosecuting crimes?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Representative, thank you. I too live in Memphis, and I can unequivocally say that today Memphis is a safer place now as it was before this task force started. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, with all due respect, that didn't answer my question. I didn't ask you for a statement in praise of the task force. Your legislation is seeking to give the district attorney's office more work, and I'm trying to understand how you, in your legislation, are seeking to make sure that an arrest from the Memphis Safe Task Force or the Memphis Unsafe Task Force is actually being credited, so that the DA, when they're sending this report, would be able to say, this arrest is directly connected to the Unsafe Task Force. That's the question.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to repeat myself.
Representative Pearson.
Not repeating yourself if you can answer the question. Can you answer the question?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you. I stand on the language of my bill. You're more than happy to read it.
Representative Pearson.
I have read the bill. I am asking you a question about your bill. Your bill, William can answer it if you can't. Your legislation is mandating that the district attorney send a report based on the people who are experiencing a potential demotion, if you will, in the charges that they are being given. How are you tracking who is being arrested as a part of this Memphis Unsafe Task Force compared to just the police department's everyday courses of action? That's your legislation.
Representative Gillespie.
It does say this in the language of the bill. I don't know how else to answer it, other than if you'd like me to, I'll read the entire bill to you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I've read the bill several times. You obviously do not understand it, and you're not getting the answers from the person next to you, so you can't answer my questions. But to bring legislation that you don't understand to this body is pathetic.
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1484 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 74, 21 nays.
House Bill 1484 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 37, House Bill 1985 by Chairman Grills and others, relative to alarm systems contractors.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do understand that there, Leader Lambert. I move passage on House Bill 1985 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Grills moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to adopt.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption. Committee Amendment Number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1985 cuts unnecessary regulations so that fully vetted information technology companies can freely sell and install security cameras, increasing competition, lowering cost, and letting the free market work to drive quality and competitiveness, giving businesses and government customers more choices at better prices. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Grills renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1985 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
House Bill 1985 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 38, House Bill 2032 by Representative Harris, relative to the procurement opportunities available to private institutions of higher education in this state. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move substitution and conform to Senate Bill 2670.
Representative Harris moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2670 without objection. So ordered. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2670 on third and final consideration.
Representative Harris moves passage of Senate Bill 2670 on third and final consideration. By second, Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
No amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill here is House Bill 2032, Higher Education Purchasing Act, and this bill allows for our private higher education institutions to have the same purchasing power as our public education institutions. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Harris renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2670, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 81, 3 nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2670 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 39, House Bill 2034 by Representative Harris and others, relative to violations of municipal ordinances. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1473.
Representative Harris moves substitute form Senate Bill 1473, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1473 on third and final consideration.
Representative Harris moves passage of Senate Bill 1473 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, please call the first amendment.
Judiciary Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of committee amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2034 allows a municipal court to order a municipality to remedy a property maintenance or blight ordinance violation when the person or entity found to be in violation of a municipal ordinance related to property maintenance fails to remedy the violation within 30 days, as long as the municipality's budget allows. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Harris renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1473 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member vote, as any member wish to change their vote. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 56, 26 nays, 7 present not voting.
Senate Bill 1473 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 40, House Bill 2343 by Representative Harris, relative to leave for teachers.
Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2343 on third and final consideration.
Representative Harris moves passage, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of committee amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr.
Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2343 provides teachers in Tennessee a little bit more flexibility in the time in which they take off by increasing the number of personal and professional leave from 1 day for each 1/2 year employed to 2 days for each 1/2 year employed. Over the summer, I met with some teachers, and one of the concerns they had was that when they wished to take personal time off, they would often have to say they were sick rather than be honest and just be able to take the additional time off. This legislation adds the much requested flexibility for our teachers to be able to use their personal and professional time and sick time more easily. All personal and professional leave time not used at the end of the year transfers to sick time and can go towards their retirement system benefits. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Harris renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2343 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member vote, as any member wishes to change their vote. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 2 noes, 2 present not voting.
House Bill 2343 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Ms. Clerk.
Item 41, House Bill 2366 by Chairman Hawk, relative to tourism development zones.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2366 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage, following second. Ms. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
The amendment rewrites the bill. Defer to the sponsor for further explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of committee amendment number 1, party seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting amendment, committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment Number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds clarifying language, and I defer to the sponsor for further explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Lafferty moves adoption of committee amendment number 2, party seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. The next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tennessee has 8 tourism development zones, TDZs, across our state. This bill helps to protect jobs and local businesses in the tourism hotspots of our state by making sure that local governments do not choke off economic activity. It will set a statewide framework in which TDZs operate and to ensure we keep our state's tourism destinations open, clean, and thriving. It will ensure that open commerce and our TDZs are free from street blockage for emergencies and approved events. The bill also adds that Tennessee Highway Patrol may assist the local law enforcement within the TDZs as necessary. This bill also allows for municipalities and public authorities to find innovative solutions and ideas for their TDZs while applying a statewide standard for all state zones. Adds a provision that says locals may block streets for the purpose of an event that has been contracted and approved by the local government and for construction, maintenance, or repair of public or private infrastructure, buildings, or utilities. In a nutshell, ladies, this is just ensuring that our tourists can get to the places they need to get. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hall renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Deputy Speaker Zachary, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2366 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 70, 23 nays, one present not voting.
House Bill 2366, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call next bill, Mr. Clark.
House Bill 2259 by Chair Lady Haynes, relative to quality improvement committees.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2259 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes moves passage by consent to Mr. Clerk. Call the First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill clarifies that good faith disclosures to patients or regulators do not waive Quality Improvement Committee privilege. It affirms that hospitals are not required to disclose QIC findings while creating a safe harbor for voluntary post-adverse healthcare incident communications with patients and families. Finally, it strengthens consistency and predictability under Tennessee's existing QIC statute. This legislation does not limit patient access to the courts, excuse negligence, or prevent patients from filing lawsuits. This is not about limiting accountability or withholding information. The bill simply ensures that when hospitals speak compassionately and transparently with patients or families after an adverse event, patients are protected, quality improvement is supported, and Tennessee's strong commitment to patient safety continues. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hilton Haynes renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2259 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, 5 nays, 1 present not voting.
House Bill 2259 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1867 by Chairman Hicks, relative to annual coverage assessment.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1867 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hicks moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Vice Chairman Hill moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1867, this is the annual hospital assessment. With that, I stand to answer any questions.
Chairman Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1867 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
House Bill 1867 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads here table.
Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 658 by Representative Hicks of Washington, relative to athletic trainers. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Hicks of Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to roll this to Monday's regular calendar.
Without objection. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2130 by Representative Hicks, relative to certificates of registration for engineers.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2130 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks, move passage properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, are there any amendments filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is it allows graduates of an accredited engineering technology programs to become licensed professional engineers if they meet the exam and experience requirements. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of HB 2130 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 84, 5 days, 2 present, not voted.
HB 2130, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1751 by Chairman Howell, relative to license plates. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1477.
Chairman Howell moves to substitute and conforming to Senate Bill 1477. Properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1477 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 1477 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 2.
Vice Chairman Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Vice Chairman Butler moves adoption of Amendment number 2, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Transportation Omnibus Bill for specially licensed plates. There's a total of 50 amendments that make the bill. Mr. Speaker, with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 1477 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 1477 have received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1752 by Chairman Howell relative to transportation infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1478.
Chairman Howell moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1478. Properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1478 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 1478 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 2.
Vice Chairman Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Vice Chairman Butler moves adoption of amendment number 2. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. You adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Hemmer. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few weeks ago, I had a tragic motorcycle accident in my district. The family just reached out to Representative Mitchell and I last week, and this amendment's about to add the Colby Ross Chase Memorial Highway to the bill, and thank the chairman for allowing me to do this late time. With that, I move to adopt.
Representative Hemmer moves adoption of amendment number 3. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of amendment number 3 say aye. We got to put this on the board. All in favor, please push green. All opposed, say no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays, 1 present not voting.
Amendment 3 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is the annual transportation omnibus bill for naming of roads and bridges. There are 62 amendments which make the bill. I'd like to highlight one for you very briefly. Amendment number 12914 by Representative Bain will name the bridge on U.S. Highway 31E, which is Gallatin Pike, crossing Briley Parkway, as the Representative Carson W. Bill Beck Memorial Bridge. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 1478 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 1478, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1785, Representative Reeves, and other relative to interscholastic athletics. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Reeves, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to SB 1822.
Representative Reeves moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1822, properly seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of SB 1822 on third and final consideration.
Representative Reeves moves passage of Senate Bill 1822 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of House Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of adopting House Amendment number 1, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Johnson. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does, now that we have private schools that receive public funding, we're saying that if you are in a private school and you want to go to a public school to play their sport, you can do that. Well, what this amendment says is if you're in a public school and you want to go to the private school to play that sport, you can do that as well. That if it can go one way, it can go the other. So the reality is, for all these schools that are receiving public tax dollars, you know, you want the voucher to go to that private school, but you want to have your cake and eat it too because you want to go back to the public school to play the sport. What are we doing here? This is a little bit ridiculous. So what this amendment does is say that little transport vehicle works both ways. Move for adoption.
Representative Johnson moves adoption of amendment number 2, properly seconded. Or any discussion on the amendment? We're voting on amendment 2. All those in favor, please vote aye when the bell rings. All opposed, vote no. Take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 22, 70 days.
Amendment fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Reeves, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is puts us in alignment with what we've already decided for homeschool students. And it says that those who attend very small private middle schools or high schools, under 200 students in either school, that they may now be treated relative to their participation in athletics. They can participate in athletics at their zoned schools and only in sports that are not offered by that student's particular school. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Reeves renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, I apologize. I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this in committee when we were dancing back and forth, trying to go back and forth state and local last week. As I read the bill, you've put the limitation in here for the size of the private school, 200 or less. It doesn't say what it doesn't really spell out what the problem is that you're trying to address. Is this dealing with schools that are so small they don't have athletics at all? Or is this a situation where that this could be used by students in a school that has sports, but maybe not the sport that they want to play?
Representative Reeves.
Thank you for that question. It's the latter in this case. A very small school may be able to field a tennis team, but not a football or a basketball team. And if a school already offers that sport, you are not eligible to move to a zoned public school to participate in that sport, nor is the coach required to let you onto the team. You try out the same way that a student at that school would.
Representative Barrett.
And with these private schools that are participating in some sports, are they potentially members of TSSAA for those sports, but just don't offer something like maybe baseball or softball or something along those lines?
Representative Reeves.
It pertains only to students attending private schools that are not members of TSSAA, and TSSAA has reviewed this bill and they're fine with it.
Representative Barrett.
Well, my question then is this, are you aware that there are other organizations outside of TSSAA that do provide for association for schools like what you're talking about, that are smaller schools, maybe they're not big enough to qualify or compete against TSSAA schools? There is a TSIAA, an independent athletic association, that does provide for this. So just wondering if we're creating a fix for a problem that there's already a solution for.
Representative Reeves.
Yeah, I don't believe that we are creating a problem. My two daughters are on the dance team, so they're not really subject to a competitive tryout process in an athletic. But no, I don't think that we are creating any issues there.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one more follow-up. You say that you've talked to TSSAA and they don't have any issue with this. My question then, what is the eligibility requirements for them if they are competing in sports, in other sports during the year, and then they pop into the LEA in a TSSAA sanctioned sport? Are they considered a transfer? How is TSSAA going to address those students, and how are they going to monitor this to keep it from being mass chaos? Thank you.
Representative Barrett. Representative Doggett. Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, let me make sure that I'm understanding what we're doing here. If a student is enrolled in a private school, but they don't offer any of those athletic programs, they can then go into a public school to utilize those athletic teams.
Representative Reeves.
Yes, sir, in their zoned public school, and only to the extent that their private school doesn't offer that sport.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the zone would be where the student actually resides and not necessarily where the public or private school would be.
Representative Reeves.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. Yes.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In our area, we don't have any private schools in my home county, but there are private schools outside the county where a lot of students go. They would not have athletic programs. So if they were enrolled in a private school 30 miles away from where the public school they were zoned for, they would be eligible to go to school and then come back and go and play on another athletic team.
Representative Reeves.
Yes, sir. They are entitled to, under this bill, go to their zoned public school where they live and their parents pay property tax, and they would have to be allowed onto that team. Of course, they would have to try out whatever the mechanism is for those public school students. Yes, sir.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last question. You said allowed, so they cannot be denied by the public school to allow them to participate. Is that correct?
Representative Reeves.
They would have to try out the same way that anybody in that public school would. And so they're not guaranteed a spot on any team.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's several concerns I have with this, notwithstanding the last two questions, but I think it gets, my concern gets to the mechanism and the funding. So with our new funding formula and the way the money is following the student and the vouchers, the money is following the student out to the private school. So they're getting the voucher. So that public school is no longer getting those funds. And understand, well, what do those funds do? Those funds also, they pay the coach. They go to pay to cut the grass. All of those things, they go to pay the officials. That private school student is contributing nothing toward that. So that's a huge concern for me as it relates to that money following the student. And as I discussed earlier, understand, I get the need, but our decisions, that student sits down with their mom and their dad and they have a conversation about, this is what's happening. This is where you're wanting to go. This is where we want you to go. And that comes with some responsibility back and forth, because we don't have an endless supply of funds, especially a lot of these rural areas. As we're looking at those funds, as those funds are depleted, they're not going to be able to field a facility if these numbers keep going down and we're putting these additional barriers to this hold harmless, which I don't think is going to happen. So these are real dollars. So I'm not talking theoretical. I'm talking about real money leaving the public schools, never coming back, but then you're going to allow that private school student to take someone's place. As you say, they have to compete, but at the end of the day, they're taking a person's place. Basketball teams only have X number of positions, and they have that cut. So some public school kid will be cut whose parents are there, they're contributing, they're giving their state portion to that public school, but you're letting a private school student who's contributing nothing as far as the state goes towards that school. That's a totally unfair position to put that public school in. Don't you think?
Representative Reeves.
Well, thank you for the comments, and I know this is an extension of the conversation we had in committee. A couple things. I think we are conflating a couple different bills here. This is not the scholarship bill, and that bill was about scholarships, not vouchers. Of course, we can go into all that, but I don't think it's pertinent to this bill. We also have a funding floor in that bill. So you say that we're taking dollars with us, but we have a funding floor in that bill. This is really, and then third point is, I don't think we had the same conversation about homeschool students being able to take part in their local zone school. You may have certain schools that need to fill spots on teams. And so there's a number of different things we could talk about, but we may just disagree on this.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason we're not having a conversation about a homeschool student is that money's not, that money let's call it a scholarship. You don't like the word voucher, I get it. That scholarship is not going to that homeschool student, and they wanted no parts of it for the reasons that I'm talking about and more. So again, let's call it a scholarship, not to offend you. So, but those scholarship dollars are leaving that LEA. And when they leave that LEA, that comes back as a real impact. And you talk about the floor, again, that floor is changing with every day. As you know, things are moving around, that floor is changing and the requirements for that floor is changing. And if you really look at that whole harmless clause, it's not going to apply to very, very few people. Very, very few LEAs are going to actually be able to take advantage of that whole harmless clause. So again, to the sponsor, I really ask that you consider these things and maybe amend this bill at some point to make it more fair for our public school system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Reeves.
Representative, I appreciate your comments, and I know that you've given some thought to this, and that is something that I'd like to satisfy multiple representatives in this room on. I think we're trying to accomplish something good for students. We try to make sure that students across the state, wherever they are in an educational institution, have access to achieve and do great things. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to roll this 1 week so that we can maybe have those conversations.
Without objection, roll 1 week. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body to item 49, House Bill 1956 by Representative Alexander, relative to step therapy.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1956 on third and final consideration.
Representative Alexander moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, are there amendments filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow House members, I'd like you to stand if you know anyone that has ever had cancer in your family, your loved one, your mother, your sister, your daughter. This is a very important bill here. It's probably going to go down as probably the best bill I ever filed. Because this gives doctors the right to treat their patients like they feel they need to be treated with any prescription drug that they so fit is the best drug for that patient without having their patient try a drug because it's less expensive for 3 months. When you're dealing with stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 cancer, every minute is so important. Every minute. And when you waste 3 months on a drug, that might not happen. And this is for all cancer, guys. This is for prostate cancer. This is for every cancer. This is an incredible thing we're doing for the state of Tennessee and for the citizens in our state. It is time we take our health care back to our patients. Thank you. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Alexander renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection? Representative Salinas.
Hi, would your bill require for there to be an IND filed with the FDA in order to have that drug available? So an IND is an investigational new drug. All investigational new drugs have to prove some level of working. So would your bill, for a drug to be available, does it require for an IND to be filed with the FDA?
Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, and thank you for your question, this bill covers all prescription drugs that have been approved prescription drug-wise.
Representative Salinas.
So it doesn't include IND drugs?
Representative Alexander.
That's something I'm not familiar with.
Representative Salinas.
Thank you. So in order for the drug to qualify for coverage, it would have to be a prescription drug. So therefore, it has to be approved by the FDA. Is that correct?
Representative Alexander.
That is correct.
Representative Salinas.
My concern is that if it's not an investigational new drug is the production of it. Sometimes we only produce enough for clinical trials and access to that without the data saying that it does work. We should not prescribe it to people because we are not certain on the data whether it works or not.
Representative Alexander.
These are approved prescription drugs with proper data behind them.
Representative Salinas.
Does this also include off-label use? So if a prescription is approved for, let's say, a different type of disease, like a high blood pressure, if someone wanted to prescribe it for cancer, would it approve off-label use of those drugs?
Representative Alexander.
It's FDA-approved drugs, and if the doctor decides that they want to use an off-type drug, it will be covered. I renew my motion.
Representative Salinas.
I find that a little concerning to be prescribing drugs without data.
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Speaker. Move previous question.
Any objection? Previous question. All in favor of HB 1956, vote aye when the bell rings. All opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, nay, 4 present, I voted.
HB 1956, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2649 by Chairman Crawford, relative to the city of Bristol.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2649 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Crawford moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
House Amendment 1 by Chairman Crawford. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill here is a private act for the city of Bristol, and it's been given to me with a unanimous vote. I do have the paper in my office for anybody to look at, and so we had a hard time. We worked together with the school system and the city council, and I think we got something that's good, will help Bristol. So I renew my motion. Oh, okay. I move adoption of Amendment 1.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Amendment Number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. Got to be on the board. All in favor, please vote aye when the bell rings. All opposed, vote no. Please take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 86, no nays, 5 present, I voted.
Amendment passed. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Crawford renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Any objection to the question? All in favor of, let's see. All those in favor of Senate HB 2649 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, no nays, 4 present, I voted.
HB 2649 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2350 by Chair Lady Littleton, relative to foster parents. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill's on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2165.
Chair Lady Littleton moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2165. Without objection, so ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2165 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 2165 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill ensures that foster parents who have cared for a child for 9 or more consecutive months receive from DCS a copy of any petition to terminate parental rights filed regarding that child, timely access to relevant background and health information necessary to care for the child, and notice within 7 days of filing. Foster parents must maintain the confidentiality of this information except as necessary to protect the child's health and welfare. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Any objections to previous question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 2165, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 77, 16 nays.
Senate Bill 2165, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Let the journal reflect that Representative Powell is excused. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution 28 by Chairman Russell, resolution to express support for constitutional concealed carry Reciprocity Act of the 119th U.S. Congress.
Chairman Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with SJR 28.
Chairman Russell moves to concur in SJR 28, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Russell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate SJR 28, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 17 nays.
SJR 28, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Oh. Yeah. I need to do that. Leader Lambert, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Substitute Speaker. I move that we roll the remainder of today's calendar to Wednesday's regular calendar.
Without objection, so moved. Next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a message calendar.
Call up the next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 1110 by Chairman Powers and others relative to safety. Mr. Speaker, on March 30, 2026, the Senate non-concurred and House Amendment 1.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lift from the table the motion to reconsider our action in passing Senate Bills 1110.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Powers.
I move to reconsider our action on Senate Bill 1110.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Powers.
I move passage of Senate Bill 1110 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Powers moved passage of Senate Bill 1110, properly seconded. Chairman Hicks, Hawkins.
I move to reconsider our action on amendment number 1.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Hicks.
I move to withdraw amendment number 1.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Powers.
I move passage of Senate Bill 1110 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Powers moves passage of Senate Bill 1110 on third and final consideration. Any discussions on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 1110, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
Senate Bill 1110 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1705 by Chairman Rudd relative to employees and employers. On March 30th, 2026, Senate substituted House Bill 1705 for Senate Bill 1922, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 1705. As amended.
Chairman Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment the Senate put on was simply stated that if they are currently using a third-party vendor,
that was hired without E-Verify, that they can continue to use that vendor till January 1 of 2027, then they must comply with the bill. And that's what the bill does. I concur with the Senate amendment.
Chairman Rudd moves to concur in Senate Amendment 1, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Amendment 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Aye, 76-14
Senate Amendment 1, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1857 by Chairman Rudd relative to education curriculum. Mr. Speaker, on March 30, 2026, Senate substituted House Bill 1857 for Senate Bill 1960, adopted Amendment 1 and passed House Bill 1857 as amended.
Chairman Rudd, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the Senate did is really change the bill pretty dramatically, and I think it weakened it. So I move to non-concur with Senate Amendment 1.
Without objection, we non-concur. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the message calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 1681. The Senate non-concurred in House Amendment 1.
Tuesday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 548 substitute the Senate bill on the same subject amendment passed by the Senate.
Tuesday's message calendar. Representative Lynn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that SJR 957 be held on the desk.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with the Minority Assistant Leader and Chairman, I do anticipate objection to this particular motion. Mr. Speaker, I move that all bills favorably considered in House Judiciary, Commerce, Education, and State and Local Government Committee this week be heard in the next appropriate subcommittee or standing committee this week.
We have objection. We're on the board. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, before we vote on this, for both parties and caucuses, this would allow bills that come out of a committee this week to go into the Finance Subcommittee for potential consideration in the budget process. Now, if you vote against this, I totally understand and respect. Vote your conscience, vote your district. But in order to have a bill considered by Finance, the bill actually needs to make Finance. So vote as you will, but I wanted to be crystal clear as to what this procedural move will do.
We're on the board about the motion. All ayes vote green. Nays red. Take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Aye, 71, 18 nays.
Motion passes. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with, again, the Minority Assistant Leader and Caucus Chairman, I do anticipate objection. I move to refer HJR 1253 to the Health Subcommittee.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR number 1050.
Mr. Clerk, please read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 1050, a resolution to call a joint convention of the Senate and House of Representatives for the purpose of voting on confirmation of Judge Stacy Street to the Tennessee Court of Appeals, Eastern Section, and voting on the confirmation of Ms. Venetia Kimbrough to the State Election Commission.
You heard the caption. Are there any objections? Without objections, those rules are suspended. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to concur in SJR number 1050.
Leader Lambert moves to concur in SJR 1050, properly seconded. Any objections to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Aye. I hereby declare it concurred. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Scheduling and procedural announcements.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have some schedule changes for Wednesday. These schedule changes are for Wednesday. We anticipate session at 8:30 a.m. in the House Chamber. Commerce to meet at 10 a.m. in House Hearing Room 1. State and local to meet at 10:30 in House Hearing Room 1. Education, 10:30 a.m. House Hearing Room 3. Finance Sub, 2:30 House Hearing Room 1.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 90 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the House stand in recess until 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday, April 7th, 2026.
Without objection, the House stands in recess until 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday, April the 7th, 2026.